Hi. Hello, hi. Happy Saturday. Oh no, Sketch. Okay, well you feel better, alright? I hope you enjoy what you do see. Sorry that you're not feeling so good. That's never fun. Being sick ain't fun. Hi, Waco. Bodie! Hi, Bodie. Hi, Isabel. Kevin Dish. How you been, Waco? Bodie, where you been? How you been? We miss you, buddy. So I'm on YouTube and Twitch right now, so if you prefer one over the other one's there, just in case. Just in case. How's everybody? How's your week? How's your Saturday? How's Tricks? I'm gonna be doing something I ain't done in a while. Hi, Safi. How you doing? We're gonna be doing a piece that's mainly Inkwash. It'll probably end up with a bunch of other stuff on it too, but we'll see how we feel about it. Let me trying to focus this. It's a bit better. But it's kind of a strange piece. I felt like being a little dark and weird. So this is an entity that has some feathers coming out the top hood there. They've got a bird in their hand going like this. They're sucking out some, it's going to be like dark ink. So the whole cycle here is that this bird is being kind of renewed or reborn, repurified, baptized, whatever you want to call it. The bad's being taken. And then it comes out and it's white and it gets progressively darker, 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 really dark, and then it goes through the cycle again. And then for some reason I wanted a upside down candle at the bottom. Makes no sense, I don't care. I wanted something kind of surreal. Now you can't really see it, but there's some masking fluid. There we go. See that off-white that looks like the tape color? That's actually masking fluid. So I'll explain that in a minute too. I had to do some stuff before the stream so that this could kind of work. I also wanted to do the initial wash, but didn't really have time. So we're gonna do that here too, and then we gotta wait for it to dry, but whatever. Been working, busy, wacky schedule, but selling into something nice now. Oh, good. I'm happier into something nice now. That's always good. I love good news from people. So if you got good news, share your good news. I'm glad to see you too. We miss you. I'm glad, Waco. Oh, I'm glad you're good. Camping in Death Valley. Hot diggity. Look at you. Like, legit camping? Not glamping, but camping? Like, you're gonna rough it? Straight up? Tents? Everything? Hi, Sophia. How you doing? Oh my god, Safi, yes. I would want to do that, but somewhere I haven't been before and with amenities. I'm not good, I don't think, with camping. I don't know. I like a structure, Maybe if I had like I guess a cabin would kind of work for me, but oh my god, my headphone fell out. Oh, it's in sync. Okay. Yeah, how's my audio and stuff? Are we okay? Am I too loud? Do I have the mic too close to me? Hello? Hello? Is it too close? I can always fix it. Let me know. Okay. I'm also repping one of my favorite shirts that I own today. It's one that a friend made, and I've had it for years, and it's actually still one of my favorite shirts. It's super comfy. This is by Sketch Geek, Tyler Johnson. It's a Zenastronaut, and it's a really, really, really comfy shirt. I actually wear it a lot because it's still one of the softer shirts I own. So I honestly don't know where you can get it. Maybe on his Etsy? Let me look. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, he's got a bunch new ones. Oh, these are dope. You guys, support my buddy Tyler, because his shirts are fucking dope. I have some shirts I've been working on, but they're like, it's not like I want to be, fashion person, whatever, but they're fun. They're fun to make, they're fun to have. Plus, they look really good with line art, and I just really like doing line art. So, anyway, speaking of line art, I did this line art on in Clip Studio, and then I printed it out again on my watercolor paper I enjoy. So let me do a wash of this first, and then I'll talk a lot, because I always start talking too soon. Now these are the inks that I was testing earlier. I think I'm going to do the flesh one. I hate this, first of all. I hate that this kind is called flesh tint, because obviously that's extremely inaccurate. There's lots of kinds of flesh tint. So I feel like this should just be called, like, I don't know, peach, something like that. Flesh, that feels super outdated and kind of wrong, borderline offensive, if not just straight up offensive, Cabin and Airbnb in the Swiss mountains. What? Oh my god. Is it expensive? Randomly happening, so it's irritating. Oh no, Waco. Maybe you have a bad connection. Tent camping, we'll have a car, but we have to bring our own water, and there are no flush toilets. You are hardcore. I need a good toilet. I haven't squat toileted enough to be good at it. So I never went camping with my family or anyone else's family. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever been camping. I know I've been to the woods and I've been in bunks and stuff and cabins, but as far as camping, I don't think I've ever been in a tent camping. I don't know. If I have, it's a long time ago. Your dog can't walk that far. Oh, baby. Get the dog backpack. You could do it and then walk with him for an hour on your back and then walk with him down on the ground for an hour and then put him back up. I don't know. You could do it. Or get a stroller, one of those off-road strollers. How did the doctor go? Yeah, I'll get into that in a minute. A pencil called Fleshlight. Oh no! Is it a real brand called that? Ooh! That's gotta be. I don't know what I think about that. David the Office's flesh tint. Yeah! White guy flesh tint. Something. Also, I guess while I'm doing it, if you have, I should have showed it ahead of time. If you have inks that are clumping at the bottom and I don't know, you haven't used them for a long time like some of us, never shake ink. Okay? These are straight up inks. These are FW Daler Rowney inks. But see how it's got some of this discoloration and stuff? At least I think that's on the inside. Maybe that's on the outside. Well, the inside when it's all messed up looks like that too, but this is on the outside. Ooh. Never shake them. Instead, you want to swish them, turn them slowly, do this, or turn them, doing this. You never want to shake them because the bubbles are going to be like kind of bad for it. So just turn it a bunch, swish it, you know, just don't shake it. Oh, it's flesh tone. Oh, Safi, I'm so glad you have that. That's so nice. Hi, cat! At least I did in the before times. Yeah, the before times. Gosh. Don't shake your ink, Sophia. Don't. It'll ruin it. You see all this, like, weird gray stuff that's happening with my hair right now? Like, this bad... I don't know. Remember how once I said that gray hair has different texture than regular hair? It's so true. It's doing that thing. Like, all of it's scraggly, and then my other hair is just smooth. But the rest is just... doesn't want to cooperate. So it'll eventually get pretty nicely uniform. You just don't want to get too many bubbles, and the only way to really kind of avoid that... I still have a lot of bubbles, and I'm not even shaking it. So don't shake it. Gabe taught me this. But anyway... Alright, let's see. Now this one I've got a big piece of test paper here because ink is a little bit harder to mitigate, I guess, than some watercolor, because ink is so much more permanent, you know? So you gotta kind of be careful, and if you want it a certain dilution, kind of have to do that way ahead of time. Now I'm also going to wet my paper here, which I am notoriously bad for over wetting, so let's see if I can just wet it and leave it alone and not go too crazy. So I've already done masking fluid. Now I'll go over what I did for the masking fluid in a second. I just want to get this wet and get the first layer down, and then I'll talk. I was thinking about also doing kind of a tutorial about this on Patreon, but to do that I'm gonna have to need to take like in progress pics and all that, so that'll come at a later time obviously. But so I'm doing this in general, like using white paper, because I don't necessarily want to do it to my toned paper. Now my toned paper is good for a lot of things, but it can't really hold wet very well, and toned watercolor paper doesn't really exist because, oh, you can make it. So, oh, you are not going to be able to see this. Hold on. So for a good part of the stream, I guess I'll have this one filter on where it darkens everything so you can see it for a bit. My hand's going to look monstrous though. This is not... not how it's supposed to look. But let me make sure this gets down first, and then we'll go from there. And then I have some other inks here I'm going to use too. Right now this is, like I said, the FW Flesh Tint, which, like we discussed, is a little bit and then after this I've got a sepia and what's the other one? Antelope brown? No. Burnt umber. Too much smoking. What did I do? Smoking? What? I missed something. Hold on. I don't smoke. What are we talking about? Oh, dude, Rammstein's doing such a cool thing lately with their marketing. I wouldn't say I'm a huge Rammstein fan, but I really do enjoy Rammstein. I'm sure Safi's a much bigger Rammstein fan, but in my opinion, they're the only band keeping metal alive right now. But they're doing this really cool geocaching thing that's global that has to do with their new album coming out. And like, if you find one of the global caching boxes, it's got like tickets in it for, you know, concert of your choice and some other goodies, and I just thought that was really neat. You don't see promotions like that much anymore. Feels very 90s to me, which I miss. Ink is very unforgiving, which is why I like it. I find I have some stuff in common with ink. I've also got hair caught in here, which I think, I don't know, I'm not going to stress too much about. If it gives a little bit of a texture, then it gives a texture. But I think my brush might have been a little bit dirty. See? See? I can't even follow my own advice sometimes. Alright, so I'm going to drop a little bit more in, I think. Oh man, it's kind of separating. My ink is so old. I don't want that crazy. Hold up. You might hear my dog barking. We started getting her kind of worked up by saying there are ghosts, and that's what we call plastic bags outside that are in the wind. So when we yell ghosts, she usually freaks out. It's a way for her to kind of get, I don't know, some entertainment, I like to think. Okay. Alright, so those who aren't familiar with masking tape, sorry, masking fluid, what it does is it creates a barrier on the paper where the watercolor or ink or whatever you're using won't seep into. Since these are such, you know, water-based materials, you know, anything else you'd use would typically make it so, you know, it seeps around it or into it or whatever. But if you wanted to use tape, you could, but tape's gonna leave some weirdness. So using the masking fluid's nice because then once you're done, once everything's dry, you can just rub it off with either your fingers, a pencil end, an eraser, things like that. And it just kind of rubs off and pills, and then it's off, and then you can resume filling in the rest of it. So those areas are going to look kind of weird for now. This is not the color it is. Hold up. Gotta take a minute to make it actually look like what it is right now. Yeah, see, I can't do that yet. And it's not blue. That's the other thing. It's really not blue right now. Saturation's too high. Weird. I don't know why it keeps wanting to think it's blue. Now you can kind of see what it's doing there, but here. You know, I bet it's my lighting over there. Hold on. I need to go change that. Ah. I've got my pink butt. It sucks that outside light usually changes how things look because, man, I would really like it if I could just have windows open, but it really does affect how the camera picks up everything. Oh man, I'm missing a lot in the chat. Hold on. Oh, my hands. Oh no, they're, oh yeah, they look crazy right now. I don't have a horrible eraser, but I mean, you can use whatever you want. It doesn't have to be an eraser. People just use like a kneaded eraser or other things just because it's easier that way. But if you don't mind the feeling of it, you know. Hi, I asked, how are you? I am doing well, thank you. Crafting squares. What's a crafting square, Kat? Hi, Swan. This is just a random character I thought of. Last night I was doodling something for today's stream, and I wanted something that had some symbolism, some surrealism, just some things like that. And, you know, it kind of got born from that, I guess. God, it looks like it's picking up more than I can even see, if you can imagine that. So let me put most of my settings back to 0. Okay. So that is kind of what's going on. But I want you to be able to see this yellow a bit better. This area, this is not what it looks like to me, which is really strange. But anyway, it does look kind of like tinted, which is really strange. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna probably chalk some of this up to my ink being old as well. Oh, they have a masking eraser? Wait, craft residue. Oh. Oh my gosh, it just looks like cheese. Oh, is it just rubber? I'll be damned, look at that. Well, if I start using masking fluid more, which is what I would like to do, then I will definitely get one of those, because yeah, that would be nice. Alright, I think I might primarily use sepia on this. So, since I will be using sepia, I want to take one of these other colors that I'm using for the other parts and just, I want to make it monochromatic, but not too monochromatic, if that makes sense. Oh, it sounds horrible, like when you're rubbing, you mean? Oh. Oh no. For those of you who are my Curious Collector and Clover Card patrons, the stuff will be going out Monday or Tuesday. I'm not running late with it, because it usually goes out at the end of the month, but I'm a smidge behind, I guess. But it'll be going out soon. And I might stop doing the coloring pages, because the last poll I did, it looked like nobody used them. So, I don't know. I gotta look over it again. See if anybody else chimed in. Oh, oily, yeah. I've also seen people use, when they have sharp edges to their paintbrushes, they've used that. Ugh. Let me see if I can find one. You know, some brushes have a sharp edge. I'm not gonna find one, I don't think. Oh, Lord. Well, I guess these kind of have it. Some have a right, like a total. Oh, is this one? No. Dang it, how do I not have any of those? Some of them just have a right angle, like cut, and I've seen people just kind of rub at it like that. But I kind of have sensory issues when it comes to using a blender stick for pastels. That's why I don't use it. If I use anything to blend my pastels other than my finger, it's a makeup brush. Those actually work really well. Funny enough. Okay, need another. So all I used for the masking fluid was this stuff, which is like what everybody uses. It's a Winsor Newton watercolor masking fluid. And I used a brush, just a regular brush, but it's a crappy brush. This is like a $1 pack brush, really crappy. So I don't care if I ruin it. But if you use a brush that you do care about, you'll want to rub it on like a little bar of soap and then dip it in here. Because what it does is the soap creates a barrier around the bristles, so then when you're done using the masking fluid completely, then you can just wash it off and the bristles are fine. So if you are using a brush you care about, you know, try the bar of soap method. Otherwise, if you got crappy brushes laying around like I do, that I bought when I didn't know what I was doing when it came to paint brushes, then use those, because then they have life again. It's a way to do it. I also get a bit weird about painting with ink with my good brushes, so I usually use different brushes, not my normal brushes. So I like to use the plastic nibs to use masking fluid so I can save my brushes and do fine lines if needed. Yeah, and I've seen people use dip pens as well for fine lines. If you use a dip pen, because the end of it goes like this when you push down, right? So you can actually get some really nice variations and smooth transitions with it. But when you're done with it, you can just pull the masking tape or masking fluid off the tip of the nib, and it's fine. So if you need fine lines, try the dip pen. Otherwise, I do have these, they're like syringes too, but they're meant for masking fluid. They're a little bit iffy because sometimes they get clogged, but you can also use those. Honestly, I'd say 90% of the time I'm really lazy. I don't want to go through all that. I don't have time to go through all that. So instead, I just use a crappy brush. If I'm being honest, which I can't help but be. Ruling pens. What's a ruling pen? Pebble masking, it's white. I also use clay tools. That's cool. The clay tools, that's a good idea. You can also put a pigment into the masking fluid if you want to see it better. Like right now, it's funny that I'm doing a palette that actually looks very similar to the masking fluid color, but the masking fluid is usually a little bit off-white, but you can add some to it if you want. Alright, so I was gonna go in here and start some stuff. So, the main reason I decided to do an Inkwash today is because I really just felt like doing something very, what's the word? Simple. I didn't want to have to decide with colors or anything like that. I just wanted basic values, things like that. Now, granted, I haven't done an Inkwash in a very long time, so please bear with me. It's been a minute. But part of what I like about Inkwash is that it kind of plays to, I don't want to say my strengths, but it forces me to not treat it like I treat watercolor, which watercolor has a very... I have a thing with watercolor. Like, I keep overworking it, and if I use ink, I'm forced to not overwork it, which is good. Like, it makes it so I can't touch it again. So I'm not constantly sitting there trying to, you know, mess with it. I'm gonna try to get this hue to be more what it actually is. Nope. It's a little bit more red than that. There we go. It's a bit more on. Yeah, it's a little bit too dark though. So, how was everybody's week? Tell me something good that happened to you, or something you're looking forward to, or something really good you ate. You know I like it when people tell me good food stuff. Oh, the weird blue masking ones? Okay. I did not realize that, so that's good. I've heard it's just better to make your own pigmented one, you know? And so many people use this one that I haven't, you know, thought to not do that one, so. Oh no, really? Your dog ate it? Oh god. Thank you, Sophia. It is my me time. You are completely right. It's the only time I have to do what I want in a week, so we're gonna do what we can here. And that's another reason I just wanted to play with Inkwash again. It's just simple, it keeps things nice and just whatever, you know? Twillo, I sent out one of your devoted Dandikin pieces. Just so you know. Not the main big one that we talked about the other day, but one of the smaller ones. Oh, and Sophia asked about the doctor. Now, I realize maybe last week I probably went into too much detail about the doctor. That may or may not have been kind of strange. I can't tell when I'm sharing too much or not. So, I'll just give a very bare bones update about it. I went to, first of all, I got my toenail surgery, so that's good. Oh, for anybody who would want to see the pictures of what they pulled out, I've got it for you. They were big chunks of nail. Big. But anyway, I feel a lot better with my toe, so that's nice. I can go back to working out soon. A lot better than my first toenail surgery, so that was many years ago. That was like in 2006. And that one, like this time, this doctor told me, like, that whoever I had before did not know what they were doing. Which is not a nice thing to hear. That your previous, you know, surgical doctor didn't know what they were doing. Kind of sucks. Anyway, so that was one of my appointments. My other appointment was more for my hormonal issues, which I kind of went into more in depth last week, but I won't this time too much just because I feel kind of weird that I probably overshared, but I have 3 follow-up appointments with different doctors, so hopefully I can figure out what it is. It might be something totally unrelated to hormones, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Maybe I can make this one more. And the nice thing about using inks with the ceramic mixing thing that, you know, mixing tray, it's kind of a tray, is that it kind of reconstitutes, which is really nice. If you had it on plastic or something else, it probably wouldn't. So it's nice to actually have it on something that, you know, you can kind of re-wet it and reuse it again instead of it just sinking into it. Because, I mean, it's ink. Hi, Kiki. How are you? Oh, thank you, Twillo. No, it's not the next tarot. Those, oh my god, those are a lot more intricate. The next ones I've got to do once I get enough time to go back to those. Which I would love to do those on stream again. I think the first 4 or 5 I did on stream completely. But I wanted to do, I think it was the Emperor or the Empress. There was also, because I know I want to do deer, and I was going to have the Emperor or Empress be deer. And then there was the devil. I wanted to do the devil. I think I was going to do a fox for the devil, but I'm not sure yet. I gotta fit in a frog somewhere just because the world's on a frog kick, and I feel it too. Yeah, the ceramic dishes, right? Yeah, Sophia, it's weird with like streaming because you know you want people to recognize you as another human, so you like to appear human, but you also know you're kind of promoting your work and your brand, and it's a mix of personal and business where it's like you gotta give a little bit, but not too much, you know? It's also why I have a rule where I don't really like complain online. If I complain online on like Twitter or Instagram or something, typically it's funny. I try to make it funny and not serious, because that can be really uncomfortable, I think, for people. And you know, if you are somebody who's always complaining on all your social media, who wants to follow that, right? So I don't usually complain on socials unless it's funny, or if I have some actual critique on a product or something like that and I want other people, or if somebody's ripping someone else off or there's art theft. Those are the only times I'm gonna kind of get real and get oversharey in that sense, because it's good. Like that time that I almost got fished by a company that was looking for game artists. It seemed legit at the time because, you know, I've got a background in game art, so I was like, oh, this has a thing. I might get a job again. But the red flag is Telegram. If you ever get any sort of job offer and they mention contacting them through Telegram, don't do it. Don't do it. An actual company will always want to call or do a video. They're never going to use Telegram. That's a big red flag. I don't know, Waco. It's like the past year or two, it's been frogs. Years before that, it was possums and raccoons. Got me. These things just kind of cycle in and out. Why is this not... It just does not want to focus today, does it? Weird. Also, these colors are still not correct, which is driving me a little bit nuts. Agreed. Yeah, I love tarot too, just for the fun of it, really. And I love when it's actually accurate. That's always pretty fun. But I started a major arcana deck, and you can actually see some of it. Let me go, I'll get the tag for it so you can see it. Okay. So the most recent post here has all the cards I've kind of done so far. And it's really old. I don't think I've done any for like over a year maybe, but I did make shirts from them. And I like the shirts. I think they're kind of cool because I took kind of a jersey approach to them. And I've always been kind of a sucker for jersey shirts. But if you go to my store, which is like cloverkin.shop, you can see how I... Yes, Kat, I know so many people who collect tarot cards, and I actually started to too, but not from other artists. I actually found a bunch at different old used bookstores. So I have this really, really old, super vintage set that's like, oh, I should show these on stream. I know I did once. But it's like a French deck, so all the cards are in French, and it's so cool. The backs are cool. I've also got another one that was like, they're smaller, but it's, I don't know. I thought it was cool. It was also kind of medieval vintagey. It's not the classic deck. I do have one of those too, but these ones were like all beat up and in the tarot aisle, but like behind a bunch of stuff. I like that kind of thing. I like other artist ones too, but I don't know. I find it cool when you can find old decks that are loved. I don't know. You don't need to know too much, Beth. I mean, a lot of cards, honestly, my go-to in a pinch lately has been the Biddy Tarot. If you go to Biddy Tarot and you want to start doing cards, my suggestion would be, first of all, if you want to start doing cards and you haven't before and you want to go through the whole process, it's probably smarter to take on a poker deck first. But if you want to just go straight into the tarot thing, just start with a Major Arcana deck and pick and choose a few of your favorites from that first. That's what I did, so that you can pick away from it over time. I wish I was picking away at it faster, but you know, I ended up wanting to make them into bookmarks eventually, but for the moment I made them into shirts. But I still plan on making them into bookmarks. But the Major Arcana is like 25 cards. 20? Is it 25? 22? I always forget. Either way, that site has a lot of good just, here's what's on the card. Here's what most of them mean. You know, if you want to incorporate it however you want. The nice thing about it is you can interpret things however you like. So if you do make your own, it's whatever. People kind of expect everybody to take their own, you know, look at it. Yeah, and you don't have to. Mine's all animals. You don't have to do people. Like my hermit is a turtle. I don't know if you... Beth, did you just get here? I'll put the link in the chat again. But, oh yeah, you saw it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, the little bat. Yeah, my hangman was the bat. Which, yeah, it's a little on the nose, but who cares? But a lot of the symbolism in that I tried to keep, like the shape of the branch, you know, kind of what the card is interpreted as, sort of, you know. But I think the one that's the most true so far that I've got is the High Priestess, the owl. I did the pillars, which are trees in that one. And there's, I think, a scroll, which there's actually a scroll in that one. There's a few things, but you can, you know, keep or get rid of whatever you want. You don't have to do anything, you know. No, I am not doing a tarot today. Today I'm just doing a really quick Inkwash piece. I just wanted something that was kind of symbolic and surreal. So I've got a character here who's kind of surreal. The bottom part of them is an upside down candle that's dripping. I know it's unrealistic. I don't care. And then I've got these birds here who are being purified by this entity. So they come out white and eventually they get more dark as they go around. And you know, this one will probably be pretty dark. And then this will be, there will be a light around it. It's actually sucking out kind of this tar, and then while it's getting whitened. So kind of like just a purification. Did you really? Oh, Kat, I didn't know you found me through that. That's so cool. Oh, I feel so loved. I'm glad you found me with that. And I'm just using inks, so I'm not going too crazy or anything with color. I just wanted to do a nice monochromatic piece. And just focus on lighting and kind of what's going on in the piece. But I didn't want to take too much time today to stream because I am behind on a few things, so I figured an ink wash would be a little bit quicker than my usual watercolor. Typically my watercolors take you know, a hot minute, so... Oh, really? I haven't heard of that person. Isabel, do you want to share their Instagram? Also, again, if anybody in here has, an Instagram or their art site or whatever and you want to share it, we're very share friendly here when it comes to your personal work. So feel free. We really like to support each other in this chat. Thank you, Isabel. Yeah, I think just in general, any sort of tarot deck, poker deck, honestly, Gabe was thinking about doing a loteria, for anybody who's familiar with that. It's kind of like, I've played it like 3 times. It's kind of like Mexican bingo, kind of. It's hard to explain what it's like, but it's another game that has, I shouldn't say game, but it's another thing that has symbolism that's pretty well known and defined things, so you could always take your own stab at doing that, Anything that's got pre-existing kind of symbolism or illustrations, I guess. I don't know what else has it other than poker and tarot. Does anybody think of one? And loteria, but I cannot think of one for the life of me. Are there others, or is that it? Oh, she has a lot of blues and purples, lots of oranges. Looks like she does a lot of washes. Washes can have some cool effects. Pokemon cards. Yeah, if you can make your own, go for it. But obviously not, make your own kind of creature Pokemon. Don't use the real ones. I mean, I basically do that every month with my guardians. That's all they are. Yeah, you could do that, Isabel. You could even wrap that into your Patreon if you want, and every month do another card and show the process of that card for your digital stuff. Since we were talking about Patreon recently. Roping people into whatever project you're working on is usually something really fun. People like that. I know I do. You'd be surprised that typically the things you enjoy seeing are things other people enjoy seeing. My camera's being very picky today with what it focuses on, which now makes me think it's dirty. I don't have a lens cleaner near me though. Also, maybe it's my contacts. I don't know. Oh yeah. And then what's nice about that is if you do monthly things on your Patreon that are for a project, eventually, let's say you do a Kickstarter for that, then you could have a companion book that has all those things that are already done because you were showing them on Patreon. So by the time you've got it, you've got, you know, the behind the scenes of all the cards already done. You just have to compile them into a little sidekick book. So it's like you're doing, you know, a bunch of behind the scenes stuff over time that you can include. I've thought about that, but that is a whole nother thing I don't have time for right now, but I would love to eventually do that. I was thinking of doing a field guide. Like, that's what I originally set out to do when I started the Guardians. It was like a fantasy field guide with all these little creatures that, you know, some are a big deal, some are a small deal, and that's where the pips kind of came in, because the pips are like these deities. So I had this whole like little universe, but I haven't had time to think about that any more than I've done. So come August is like my freedom month. That's the month where I should be free of all the things that have been plaguing me, I guess, holding me back for years. So hopefully I can actually start life again at that point. We'll see though. But yeah, it's hopefully working to that. Hi, Box! Hope you're having a great weekend too. Oh yeah, no, Isabel, I've been there. I've also thought about doing a few enamel pins for them. I had originally wanted to do the Bunbury. The Bunbury is one of the ones I really like. I've already got enamel pins of the Clover Pip and the Thistle Pip. So I thought about doing a book for all of them. Because at this point I started in 2018, so let's just say mainly 2019, 2020. So by the end of this year, I should have 36 of them. Which makes for almost a nice perfect bound book. Usually for a perfect bound book, you need 40 pages. So, I mean, I could smudge the last 4 pages with some other stuff. But for the most part, I've been waiting till I got to around what you need for a perfect bound book. So 3 years in, 1 a month, 12 months, that whole thing. So I should be around that time pretty soon. But like I said, end of the year is when I'll actually start thinking about all that seriously. Because if I do it right now, I'm going to cry. So I can't do it yet. I know that sounds silly, but I really can't do it yet because I have to focus on the work I have now and not stray too far mentally from where I'm at. Otherwise, it'll drive me nuts. You guys know how that is. If there's a project you're really looking forward to, but you have to finish what you've got first, you know. Oh, thank you, Cavendish. Have fun. Did you really, Kat? You started using them as oracles and adding words to them? I would love to know what you picked for them. I think that'd be great. Because, I mean, that's kind of what the guardian gift is that I give with them, is like, here's kind of how you can take what this thing represents and apply it to your life. So I guess I've already got that kind of covered, huh? Oh, that's good, I asked. Your wings shipped? Oh, cool. You'll have to show us what those look like. I'm excited to see you. Oh, really, Box? Whole week of sunshine, dang. Yeah, Kat, I would love to see how you start doing that. That'd be great. It would be difficult for me to have one. There are so many little intricate things that I have to do that just, like, sometimes I have Gabe help me, but it's not always to the level I'd like, you know? But he does help me a lot. Like, since he does his own trading cards and things, he usually helps me with my Clover cards if I need it. And then that leaves me some time to work on the Guardians. Because usually the Guardians and the Clover cards, I work on them the first week of a month. I get out all the imagery and the marketing, then I can market them all month, and then at the end of the month is when I kind of finish up everything and do the writing and then ship them out. So I've still got to write some of this stuff, but it would be alright. Oh, ideas assistant? If I need it, I'll come to you. But I gotta be honest, I take great pride in just having time to think of ideas. It's like my relaxing time. It's really fun for me. But I'm always open to hearing things. It's just know I try not to spend too much time thinking of fun ideas until I'm actually at the point I can do them. Otherwise it drives me nuts. Like I said, because I just get frustrated then that I can't work on stuff that I want to, you know? You know how that is. Okay, I'm going to... You know what? This has some gunk in it, but I'm kind of going to go with it. I don't mind if it's a little bit grimy. And I'm gonna take this, and then I'm gonna get some paper towel because I still want that candle to look lit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna blot some off it, so there's a little bit of a halo. And once I take off that masking fluid, it'll be a little bit more obvious. I can always use more cheerleaders, that's for sure. Just cheer me on until I'm done with everything, then we'll just hit the ground running with everything I gotta do. I kind of want to have a party day. Would anybody be behind me on that? Like once I finish my portrait queue, can we have a party? Because I was also planning on crying for a week. We can do both. It's cool. Just, I gotta get through it. I gotta get done with it. Otherwise, I will die. I can't keep doing this like I have been. Exactly, Box. I've got one time lapse. I think it's on YouTube. But I have a time lapse where I'm doing like 9 ATCs at once. It's an older one. Maybe I can show you. But that's exactly why I do it like that, because when one's drawing, you can work on the others, and if you're using the same color for one, you can do a bunch. So it works out pretty good. Let me see if I can find it. It's an older one, yeah. It's July 2020. Ooh. I don't think it's very good quality, but it works. Oh, Isabel. Okay, Sophia. I do have a, here's the video. The newsletter thing. So Gabe and I have been, we signed up for review, it's called. And I mean, there's MailChimp and stuff, but this one hooks up to your Twitter. So it's kind of cool. If you look at my Twitter profile, you'll see that it's there. But 2 weeks and 50 years ago, right? But if you have Twitter and you kind of use it, it's kind of nice because it integrates into your profile, which is pretty cool. But anyway. What inks am I using? Well, Kiki, I am using FW Daler Brownies. And I am using the inappropriately titled Flesh Tint, the Sepia, and the Burnt Umber currently. And I don't know why they're so freaking blurry. I swear, I must have something on my lens. I should actually ask Gabe to bring me a lens cleaner. Actually, I might grab one and go to the bathroom real quick. Plus, this has to dry. So I will be right back. I'm gonna grab one of those. I think it lets you know, or your Twitter followers know, when you put one up, like a new newsletter. But I'll be right back. Okay. Well, now it looks like this one's, like, not focusing either. Hold on. Lens cleaner. Oh no. Why are you going out now, thingy? Weird. This one too? Oh, I think that did help. Because if there's something on the lens and you're trying to focus it, typically that makes it so it's focusing on that thing instead of what you really want it to focus on. So that's a good deal crisper. Good deal more crisp. Oh, you're welcome, Isabel. You're welcome, Kiki. Yeah. So usually there's little things like that. Oh, there's some grime on this. That's okay. I might splatter it in the end. I don't know yet. Usually I don't like splatter stuff unless it's kind of done a little bit, I don't want to say tastefully, but not overdone. If it's used kind of in a thematic way, I don't mind it. I gotta start treating my watercolors how I use my inks. This is the effect I want and everything, but honestly, I should just switch to using inks. Kind of prefer the permanence. Every time I do an ink wash, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember why I love ink. It's just there and it's done. It's just ink. Yeah, there's some other things to it. I think it has things like Patreon in it, but better too. So it's like if you took MailChimp and then made Patreon too, because you can have monthly digital rewards, you can embed videos, you can do external links, all that kind of stuff. It's actually better than Patreon posts, because Patreon posts don't let you do a lot of stuff, which drives me nuts. But it does have like a monthly recurring thing. So if you wanted to actually, like, I've used it as a secondary Patreon. So I've got technically Patreon, and then I've got Review, and then I've also got Coffee. I started putting up Coffee stuff. The digital rewards you get on Patreon, you can also get on Coffee or Review. Any of the sites, because I know some people don't like Patreon, and that's totally fine. So I have more options now. So if you don't like Patreon, but you still want my rewards or whatever that people on Patreon get, you can get them on those other ones. So I guess that's a nice thing about Review over MailChimp, is I don't think MailChimp has like a recurring tier system payment option, I guess. Maybe it does. I don't know. Alright, Kiki, thank you for joining. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend and your week's good. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's nice that there are options out there, at least, for, you know, if people don't like one thing, they can do another thing. Because, yeah, Patreon's got its problems, Etsy's got its problems, but honestly, it's hard to get traffic to those things if you're not using them. And if you don't have a huge following, you know what I mean? Like, of course somebody's gonna tell you to get your own website to sell your stuff, but that's because typically they have enough people to be, you know, driving to those sites. Mine is just getting to the point I can kind of do that, but not yet with the Patreon side of things. Because eventually I would like to do Patreon from my website. I do have that option with Squarespace. They do like monthly charges, that whole thing. But I feel like until I'm bigger or more well-known or something, people wouldn't want to sign up on just someone's website, you know? Like, I know a few people who hardcore know me would be fine with it, but strangers signing up for it that don't really know my work or me or anything like that might be a little bit hesitant, you know? Exactly, Isabel. And that's why Coffee's nice, because you could do like a recurring, you know, one, or you could do a one-time one, or you can do whatever you want there. So I think Patreon was working on doing a one-time one, but I can't remember. They actually have a lot of work to do in a lot of areas. They are missing some key stuff that makes my life hell. Like if somebody changes their address, it does not tell you. It's so dumb. Like that is one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, that's kind of integral. We should really have that, you know? But I do like Patreon for the most part, and it has been good to me. Yeah, the fees suck. Oh well. Because I think right now I'm making like $800 on there, but I'm only getting maybe $750 of that. They take away like $50 in fees or something. I don't know. It's around that. I wanted more of a vignette with this piece, so kind of try to do that. Blah, 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 blah. Actual vignettes are kind of hard to synthesize in watercolor and ink pieces, at least without like brush marks. It's kind of tough. Need more of the sepia. Exactly. 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 Yeah, and so like until you have a good following and all that, you definitely kind of need to use both Etsy and your site, and Patreon and your site. You know, you can't just do the one, because it is a trust thing. People go with sites they've used or, you know, well-known ones before they actually feel safe going to someone else. If you've got like 100,000 people on most of your platforms, I would think then that there's just assumed trust at that point. You know what I mean? Like they know that you're probably not screwing people if you've still got, you know, that kind of a following. Because if somebody's just screwing people all the time, then it's pretty obvious that they won't have a big following, you know? So that's the only problem with the following, is it kind of gives people this assumption that your business is legit and, you know, trustworthy. It's not even so much about the worth of yourself as an artist so much as it is, you know, being a trustworthy business, more like. I did mask the white areas, yep. That's why they're kind of crinkly. They look like this. Really, Kat? See, but you are like an artist too, so I feel like, I don't want to say this way, but this is the only way I can put it. Normies, you know, people who, you know, maybe go to a job, come home, maybe they poke at doing crafts once in a while, but they're not really heavily into art. They prefer sites like Etsy and things that are trusted, that have been tried and true and all that crap. A lot of us artists see the other side of it, where we see how Etsy may be screwing people and all that sort of thing. We know that. Normal people that don't, you know, do that may not, you know. So the ink doesn't usually lift when it's dry. You can kind of dig at it, but for the most part it stays put, which is part of the reason I like it, because then I am forced to not touch it, which I have a problem with overworking things, so it works for me pretty good. But yeah, it's nice to figure out, play with some watercolors, play with some inks. Honestly, if you want to see which you like better, I would get, some brown watercolors, maybe 2 or 3, 1, 2 or 3, up to you if you just want to use one. Play with that on a bisected piece of paper next to some inks that are the same-ish colors. Like if you used a sepia ink and a Van Dyke brown for watercolor, they'd be about the same color, and you can see which one you like the effect of, how they react, to how you use stuff. So yeah, these are acrylic inks. Acrylic ink. Whoop. Acrylic ink. So they don't really lift up. But if you get watercolor that's like liquid, that's different. That's just like watercolor pigment that has had just like a liquid added to it. I don't think there's gum arabic in those, which most watercolors have gum arabic in them as a binding agent. I think for the watercolor inks, they're like watercolor, but they're like ink, but you can rework them. Where if it's an acrylic ink, it's like an ink. Like ink. You can't, mess with it. Yeah, but there's fake crap everywhere, Kat. I feel you. But I don't know. I get recommendations on my Etsy all the time for really weird, gross stuff. And I even looked up, like, why am I getting things like this marketed to me? And apparently it's a whole thing. Other people have it too. So yeah, Etsy's got some issues, but all these sites I'm finding out do. Everything has a problem. It's true, Isabel, and that's part of knowing your demographic too, which is kind of hard. Because if you know your demographic is mainly other artists as opposed to like non-artists, that's a big thing. So once you know if your people are mainly artists versus non-artists, you know how to approach your demographic differently. So let's say majority of my people were artists, right? Then I would be doing a lot more tutorials. I would be doing a lot more walkthroughs and stuff. And I would be going mainly to my website. But my demographic specifically is a little bit interesting. Mine is usually women over 30 who are really crafty. They really like cottagecore. They enjoy some animal art, nostalgia, Beatrix Potter looking things, but also a little bit of a tinge of dark now and then. But for the most part, cozy, happy things. And they do like to dabble with crafts in their free time. That's basically my demographic. And I would assume that's a lot of who's here. I would say a good amount of you are that, which is fine. Don't be offended that you're a demographic. But over the past 7 or so years since I went freelance, I've been kind of taking note of that. And that's a lot of who I get. And sometimes it's been really interesting because I see the ones, there are some that are like 50-50. I like my day job and I like doing art. And then I have some that are, I like my day job, but I'm working to become a full-time artist. And over the past couple of years, the ones that have been doing that it's bittersweet because they don't come to my stream as much, they don't interact with me as much because they're building their business. So they become kind of what I was for them, and they become that for other people, which is really, really kind of flattering and cool to see because it's kind of parental, I guess, in a way, but it's also a mentor thing. It's weird, but I feel like I had a hand in kind of helping that to facilitate. So that's where some of you, I guess, are split. That's where my demographic kind of splits, because I still have some people who are, this is my day job, but I like to, dabble in art, versus I'm working towards becoming what you are, that sort of thing. So when it comes to me in marketing, it's kind of a mess. Because I get, hardcore trying to get there artists and the other ones that are like a little bit into the hobby area. But I don't know what I would do different, I guess. Because I'm still not able to go full-fledged into what I want to do yet. And I think once I do, first of all, my Instagram will look a lot more cohesive, I think. Right now it's just fantasy watercolors, a lot of promotion for my Patreon, and pet portraits. And it's kind of all over the place. But I think once I get to dive into my stuff again, it's going to be a little bit more obvious, I guess, what I want it to be. But I wasn't meaning to offend anybody, just so you know, in the chat. It's demographics are different than stereotypes, that whole thing. So it is good to kind of know. And I've met a lot of people at conventions who are, along the lines of what I was mentioning, and we've talked, and it is my demographic, I'm in my demographic. Before I did what I'm doing now, I was that I have a day job working towards becoming a full-time artist thing. I was that. Except I didn't have streams I was going to. I wasn't big into streams at the time. Or YouTube videos. I was just kind of floating. I think at that time I didn't have the resources that are available now, Very accurate. It's hard because every time I think about doing a tutorial cat, or something like that, it's like there are so many out there. And so many other people are doing them better than I am in terms of teaching it. The only thing I might have over them is my editing and my, ability to actually do video production because I have a background in that. But at the same time, it's like, do I want to be putting all my effort in there? Is that what I want to do, is be another tutorial YouTube artist? Not really. Would I rather be taking that time and working on my stories? Yes. So at one point, you can't do everything, and you have to kind of take that chance and go into the thing you want to do. So right now, as I stream, I'm kind of teaching, I'm kind of just saying, hey, this is what you can do, blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing any official videos because I'm not sure that's what I want to do, in terms of things. I know for sure I want to be making my stories, and if people want to see kind of how I start doing those or how I go about those later on, cool. I was thinking about doing that on my Patreon while I'm doing them, things like that. But, that's down the line. That's going to be in a little while. Hi, Wolfo. Oh, I'm so glad. An otter. I welcome outliers. I think that's great. I always like to know how you came to be here and what you enjoy, because that's interesting for me. I do have some men who come in, or I do have some guy fans, I guess. But they're kind of the same as the women, just guys. They like cozy things, or they like cute things, and they're kind of here for those reasons. I think that's fine too. I mean, I just like knowing where everybody's coming from. It just helps me understand better, I guess. Exactly, Isabel. And, I started asking myself, I think at this point it's 2 years ago now, I was like, I do not want to do the really pretty, here's how you do watercolor on this kind of blah, blah, blah. And it's like a 20-minute long video. I was like, I am not that kind of person, first of all. I cannot do things for a long period of time. I don't want to say that I've got ADHD or something, because I don't like to claim things that I don't know if I have or not, but I know I like to keep things short, concise, and to the point, right? So the fact I'm a no bullshit, impatient person, I want to use that to my advantage. So what I'm doing is I started making these graphics for these little videos I'm going to make that are for like TikTok and Instagram, little reels that it's like 10 seconds long. And I will teach you something by the end of that. That's so much more fun and exciting to me. So I've started the wheel turning on that, but every month I only get an inch or so on it due to my workload, which sucks. But at the same time, at least I'm making strides for it. So I'm happy about that. And I think they'll be fun once I get there. But I'm just picking away at them currently. But right now, I was also like, you know what I hate doing? I hate putting on makeup and, you know, getting in front of people, I guess, face-wise. I don't mind it so much, honestly, but it's like, on a normal day, I do not put on makeup. I do not get dressed up. I do not do any of those things. And that makes it so I don't make these videos that I think are fun and informative. So what can I do that's more me to make that attainable? Well, I don't want to get dressed up, but I want to have myself represented. So what do? I'm going to draw myself. And I've already got those done. Then, you know, what am I going to do about having them be long videos? Well, I don't like long videos, so I'm going to make short little videos. Oh, okay. Because I remember what I used to do on stream a couple years ago. I would show people how to do a certain thing in like 10 seconds. And I was like, I liked doing that. That was fun. Because I feel like in this day and age, people need things to be short, to the point, and, you know, able to apply it quickly. And that's exactly what I was doing. So I was like, I'm just going to do that. That makes sense for me. That's who I am. That's more true to myself. So you have to have those inner dialogues sometimes where you're like, who am I? How do I like to teach things? How do I like to learn things? And if it's not like what's going on right now, that's okay. It's more than okay. So I think next week, since I should be done with majority of my big things, like my Patreon rewards, and those should be going out, I'm going to take like a day or two and try to finish up what I need to just pump those out when I want to do them. Because that would be really fun for me. And attainable. I don't even know how often I'll do them. Honestly, I'm still trying not to be on social media very much, like Instagram and everything. I am not posting as much as I used to on purpose. Like from 2012 to 2015, I was posting every day solid for like 3 years. And I was getting basically nowhere. Especially now. There's no reason. It doesn't matter anymore because the damn algorithm. So I'm not post when I feel like it because it doesn't matter. It's crazy. I'm glad you guys think they're good art lessons. Thank you. I agree. I actually really like this whole thing because of the community. I didn't start streaming to make a community, but I'm glad it happened. I don't really think I'm qualified to lead a community, but if I'm doing it, cool. Hi, EB. How you doing? Happy Saturday. Oh, Isabel, then if you lazy to film it and personality things, that's another good streaming thing. If you don't want to make the videos, do the streams. Could I zoom out a bit? Yeah, sorry. How's that, Sophia? I think I'm getting close to being able to take off the masking tape. Sorry, masking fluid. I'm not going to stop doing that. I know I'm going to keep saying that wrong. Oh, thank you, Kat. I'm glad you think they're amazing. Thank you, EB. I'm glad you like the work. Thank you, Isabel. I mean, I would love to do more of those tutorial videos where you're showing your face. Here I am as a character. Here, cut, being funny. Here's how you do the thing. Whoa, you know, crazy cuts and all that stuff. Kind of like my TikTok videos are where I'm doing that, but again, it's a lot of time. I don't have that right now. I just hope that people see the ones I have made and they're like, oh man, if this person could do this all the time, it'd be great. I can't do it all the time, but, you know. Had fun with the cookie day. Good! Oh, I'm glad to hear that. The perfect take. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even remember that whole thing. Yeah, the perfect take is just having to redo things, make things that are scripted not sound scripted. That's tough. That's tough. I have problems doing unboxing videos with that where I like do something with the box and I'm like, shoot, I should redo that. Yeah, I totally forgot about that whole aspect. I'm so used to just one shot, go, just redo it later, whatever, you can fix it in post. I'm not used to doing like a bunch of takes. It's not, ugh. I don't miss that about my video classes back in college, but it was fun because I had a group, but when you're alone, it's a little different. I mean, and both my husband and I do these things, so it's like we're both doing it. He does a lot of reels every week, which I think is great. He's also technically getting paid to do them, which is weird because I don't know, he's in this weird beta group or something with Instagram. Random picking, like I don't have it, but he has it. It's really strange. I don't think you have to be extra special or anything for it. I think it was just seriously a luck of the draw situation. But anyway, but he does a lot of reels weekly with nice art tips, which is kind of like what I wanted to do, but mine are going to be quicker and more, I don't know, manic, I'll say. Kind of like his, but like I said, more manic. I like the manic take of my editing. It's kind of Edgar Wright meets a little bit of cottagecore. True, Beth. It's the real you. And, you can't really hide that, which is both exhilarating and also the dark side of things. So that's where I feel like a lot of Twitch controversy kind of breeds from, is a lot of the game streamers, they can't hide who they are and they do stupid things, and people can just clip it or record it. So if you do something dumb, you can't account for it. So you get super focused. It is something you have to break. That was probably the hardest thing. Right now it's really nice because I picked something that is, it's like it needs a lot of time to dry between things I do. So it's perfect for talking and doing art, which I'm glad I chose this. But my usual watercolors, I'm stopping and going and stopping and going. But in the beginning, when I first started streaming, yeah, it was hyper focus. And then, oh yeah, it's been 20 minutes, I should check the chat. That's normal. Until you get used to doing everything all at once, it's normal. So don't worry about that. It'll get better. You just have to keep with it. And know that everybody starts off with 0 viewers or 1, Like, it's kind of just whoever you can get. Sometimes you'll have a lot of people, sometimes you'll have no one. There's still times I'm, like, well, if I get maybe 3 people, cool. Or if you're going on a day that it's gonna be, busy for a lot of people, you're probably not gonna get a lot, and that's okay. It's kind of whatever. But as long as you're practicing, because if you have nobody, it's good to start talking while doing stuff. If you have nothing to talk about, just start talking about what you're doing. You know, right now I'm going in here with some dark ink and I'm getting, the darker shadows. Because once you start articulating what you're doing, it gets easier. And you sometimes understand why you're doing the things you're doing without realizing it, which is kind of a fun side effect. You hear yourself saying what you're doing and you're like, wait a minute, should I be doing that? Is that good or is that dumb? So it's one of those weird things where it's like, now I know what I'm actually doing. I'd say, though, if I had to say the hardest part of streaming, it's being okay with people seeing the ugly stages of a piece. That's what's hard. So a lot of the time, I will stream a full piece because I don't like people just seeing a chunk of a huge piece, especially if it's in its adolescence, I'll call it. Because you have to show people, everything has an ugly phase, but it'll get past it. And I think there's a teachable moment in there, This is jewelry. I just want to make sure it kind of speaks as jewelry, not an eye. But that'll have to be fleshed out later. But yeah, everything kind of has like this ugly adolescence, and letting people in to see that part is kind of, I don't know, I think there's a vulnerability to it and like a specialness to letting people see that side of your work. But I also like to reward people, for seeing the whole thing. In case it comes out cool, they saw the whole thing. They saw how it happened. They were there for it. So, I don't know. I think it can be cool. Yeah, the ugly phase is something hard to get over. So what helps with that, and I've said this many times too, but I stand by it 1000%, is when you're in the beginning and you're still building up your art confidence, you have to do more pieces that are smaller than bigger pieces and less of them. Because what that's going to do is you're knocking out more small pieces, you're getting more momentum, you're feeling better about learning, and all you want to do is learn at that point. Learn and experiment in the beginning, and the best way to do that is to do a ton of tiny pieces. Tiny pieces, because then you're knocking those out quicker, you're doing things faster, and you're figuring things out faster, which is the most important thing. Then what you learn from that, you take to bigger pieces later. So, if you're doing a 2x3, like a little trading card size painting, like this big, this is how big 2x3 is. If you're doing paintings this big and you get to the ugly phase, that's maybe a half an hour into your painting. And you're like, okay, well, in another half an hour I'll be out of it, right? But if all you're doing is big pieces, your ugly phase maybe shows up in hour 2, 3, whatever, it depends on the size. And then you don't get through it because you get too discouraged that there's too much of this ugly phase, right? And you can't see the end of it. So it's more important you finish these little things to see that the ugly phase gets remedied. It gets fixed. You get through it. It's exactly the same as our Journey June thing. So the Journey June thing is the exact same because it's with writing. When you're writing a story, there's a part where you get really lost when you're writing a story and you're like, I don't know what to do at this point. That's the ugly phase of the story. So you just have to get past that point, and the whole way to get used to that is to do short stories first. Then you build up to bigger stories because you'll understand how structure works. It's the exact same thing with little to big art pieces. You understand composition and silhouette and everything at a small size. You work up to a big size, then you'll understand it at the big size. It doesn't necessarily translate from going straight to something small to something huge. You kind of have to gradate it. Do it incrementally a little bit. Oh, cool, storage. You're welcome, Beth. It is just so important. If you find that you're doing a ton of big pieces and they're just not hitting, or you know there's like, you get pockets of detail in certain areas and the rest of it's kind of just this amalgam of weird, and you're like, why does this feel unbalanced? Why is this so strange? Like, a painting will give you a weird feeling if it's imbalanced, you know, if it's not composited correctly. And the only way to know how to do that correctly is to practice, figure out the golden rule, the 3/4 centering, all that stuff, right? But do it at small sizes and be like, oh yeah, okay, so I've done 4 of these cards in a row. All of these look pretty balanced. They're good. There's good depth of field. You know, I've got foreground, middle background. I've got all these things. It's great for practicing landscapes too. If you're intimidated by landscapes, do small ones first. It's so much easier to focus on light, shape, form at a small size, see how that looks, and it'll force you not to get detailed. It'll force you to look at the lighting, right? Because lighting is so much of a piece. It's incredible. So you're not sitting there doing blades of grass. No, don't do that yet. In fact, I'd say don't do it at all right away. There's no point in that. You want to understand form and function before you get down to the details, because you need to know how things work before you actually put them into motion, you know? So definitely start small. If you're noticing those bigger pieces are super weak, tell yourself, all right, I'm going to do small pieces for a while, you know, and you'll be surprised at how good it feels to finish something that's smaller and it feels more complete and it's more in your comfort zone, because it's okay to go back and forth from being in a comfort zone to being not in your comfort zone. You have to do that. You know, you'll do a few pieces that are in your comfort zone. You're like, okay, I need a challenge now. And then you challenge yourself. And then you'll find out, okay, that feels pretty good. I can keep going with this. Or you're like, no, that was too much. I got to pull back a bit. So maybe you do 2x3s. Then you go up to an 8x10. If you're like 8x10 is way too big still, move back to like a 4x6 or a 5x7. Then later on, once you're comfy with that, try again. It's like a video game where you're grinding. You do mini bosses, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna go try the big boss. You die, go back, grind some more. It's the exact same thing, you know? I like to use the carpentry analogy too, where it's like, you want to build a table. You've never done carpentry at all, but you want to build a table. Can you just grab all the supplies and go build a table and make sure it comes out correctly? No. And in fact, it probably won't. There's this tiny little speck of hope where maybe you'll hit the lottery and it'll be a perfect table for your first try. But ultimately, you should have some carpentry built up to that. You need skills, base skills, before you get to lathing and, you know, assembly and all these things. You want to do littler projects first, so you understand materials and different kinds of woods and different types of wood glues. When do you use a wood glue as opposed to using nails? Things like that. You know, you wouldn't know those right off the bat, but doing smaller projects that incorporate each one of those materials is going to help you to do that bigger thing later. But for right now, you gotta learn your basics, right? But learn them at a small scale. You could even make a tiny table for like a doll or something, and then be like, okay, so a bigger table would be similar to this, but a little bit different. So yeah, art is just video games. Dark Souls is just video games, just really hard video games. But my husband and I have always used like video games as kind of an analogy for getting better at art, because it's so true. You can't use your Cintiq, which is level 50, until you get to that point. You know, you can't know how to use it appropriately because it's the big sword while you're still using the wooden sword and you're level 3, right? You could get it, but are you going to use it to the most of its potential? Probably not. So we usually tell people, don't just go buy that right away, especially if it's out of your budget and everything like that. You have to almost know why you need it, or get to the point you're like, I need this now, and know why, before you actually do it. Because otherwise, like, we have known so many people who have started drawing, bought a Cintiq or any sort of screen tablet, and think that that will do most of the artwork for them before they get the skills. And it's like, no, reverse that. You have to get the skills to get the actual weapon. So, oh, Journey, I'm glad. Life couch. I know you meant coach, but I like it. Thank you. I'm glad it's a good analogy. But really, it helps so much to think about that way, because then you don't beat yourself up as much. Because I thought about how I approach video games, namely music games. I am a sucker for music games. I've been obsessed with them since I was 16, which was 20 years ago. I used to play Frequency, Amplitude, when Guitar Hero came out, and Rock Band, and Beatmania. Oh my god, I loved Beatmania. Keyboard Mania, Poppin' Music, all those sorts of things. DDR, Pump It Up, all those. So now, with VR, I'm obsessed with Beat Saber, Synth Riders. I love Pistol Whip. That's a great one too. All those games. So what do you do when you approach a level that's too hard and you keep dying? Well, you either try it in practice mode where you can't fail, or you play songs that are a little bit easier than that, so you build up to it. Do you beat yourself up and say, oh, I'm the worst player in the world, I'm the worst artist in the world, I'll never be able to do anything? No. When you play video games, you don't do that. You're just like, oh, I gotta get a little bit better. It's the same thing. It is the exact same thing. They're skills, right? They're all skills. So you just have to hone your skills and you'll be better. A life couch. Everybody draw your life couch. Alright, I am getting to the point where I can take off the masking fluid, which is going to be exciting for me and scary. So, be there when I cry. Because I have no idea how it's going to go. Because I have to start doing the actual bird soon. And some of you may see that Churney is chiming in from YouTube, which is awesome because I have this thing called Restream that you can be streaming on multiple platforms and have a single chat where everybody can see what everybody else is saying. So I think that's really cool. I love that it's an option for me because then I can have people be on whatever platform they prefer, you know, because not everybody likes Twitch, not everybody likes YouTube, so it gives everybody the option to choose their favorite. So in case anybody didn't know that was an option and you want to switch to the other one, go for it. You can do either or both, whatever you want to do. Now I've got this other color that I've been using. Remember, Swisher ink. Do not shake it. Swish it. Oh yeah! Definitely do it, Kat. That's the only way I can work with these. And then from this point on, I can do my usual toned whites and all my tone tricks that I do. If you ever want to just make anything toned, use the inks. This was mainly a sepia ink. So, if you're looking to do it. Oh, it popped up on your YouTube page? That's cool. I'm happy to know it did that, honestly. I'm gonna go back in with some white a little later. I'm going to pop certain areas a little bit more than they already are. Thing with ink is you kind of got to build it up unless you're super gutsy. Unfortunately, I am not as gutsy as I would like to be yet, but again, that's something you can work up to. Which was a great idea. What did we say? Which one? Sorry, cat. I think I missed it. Oh, the background. Yeah. Do it. Art lessons, whenever you can. Art lessons. I think I also like just streaming, talking about art too, because it just feels like your friends giving each other advice. Because, you know, sometimes somebody will chime in with something I don't know, and then it's, you know, something for me to learn. And of course, I'm always up for learning new things too. Oh my God, in Jerusalem? I'm trying to remember the Holy Land. You're in Jerusalem, Journey? Oh, Kat, I love you. You are so great. Okay, I think I'm going to wipe away the masking fluid, but let me take an in progress shot or else I'll kick myself. So I've at least got it for Patreon. So I can do a write-up later. I'll take an artsy picture and then a real picture. If you ever have time, clean up your phone. I am the worst at that. Like, I have so many unfinished, like, tutorials and things on my phone that I've taken pictures of in progress stuff, and I just haven't. Also, drink water. Drink water right now. Oh, Alice. Sunlight. I'm glad. Yeah, I like feeling like we're cozy at like a coffee shop or something. Oh, Israel. Gotcha. Well, thank you for tuning in, Journey. Right, Kat? I have them back up to my Gmail, my Google Photos and all that stuff, but it's still there. It's still on my phone. I'm so afraid of deleting anything. Also, another weird thing, does anybody else have the problem where they keep making bookmarks and they never revisit places? Like, I will bookmark 1,000,000 things a week, but I never revisit them. And if I need to find something, I usually just search it. Like, search it again and find it pretty quickly. I am so afraid of my bookmark area. There are so many. I don't know what's in there. I don't know what I bookmarked. I don't even know if they're worth anything anymore. You know? Never go back. You never go back. I don't know. I can't even attempt to clean up my bookmarks. There is no cleaning up my bookmarks at this point. I also had to make a new, like, personal email because my old one I've had since I was like 16 or 17 and it's full. So I had to make a new one that's like for bills and all the adult stuff because my other one is just, it's got like, 20 some years of past boyfriends and other chats and things I've signed up for that it's just, there's so many things to unsign up for that it's just easier to get a new account. That's messed up. We don't talk about bookmarks. Okay, so I'm gonna start kind of, I guess, peeling this away. Well, that's kind of fun. Look at that. So here goes the masking fluid, which it's kind of soaked up a lot of my ink, so it's kind of gross, but you don't talk about bookmark club. Hopefully this isn't bothering anybody, the sound and everything. Well, this is better than I could have hoped for. Holy shit. With your new name? Oh, cute cat. I love it. Oh. Oh. I see. I see. So I applied it with a paintbrush that I didn't really care about earlier. I'll go over this again. So I did it in the beginning of the thing, but it's okay. I use this one. It's like the most common masking fluid, and it is for a reason. It's really good, works great. And I used a crappy old brush that doesn't have any pigment in it. I just know that I have a million other brushes that are better than this one, so I use this one. If you want to make sure that the masking fluid doesn't adhere to the bristles on the brush, you'll want to kind of wipe it on some soap first. Like a bar of soap is easiest, and then dip it in here, because then the soap creates a barrier between the masking fluid and the bristles. So afterwards you can just pull the masking fluid off of the bristles and it's gone. I didn't do that because I was like, meh, I don't really care. I just slapped some dish soap on it and rubbed it really hard. It worked fine. There's still some here and there, but I don't know. If this is the masking fluid brush, it's okay. And then I let it dry for a good amount of time. And then we've gotten to this point in the piece, and now I can just kind of rub it off. And it's kind of the consistency of, honestly, dead skin, if I have to be truthful about it. It's very like dead skin, but anyway. So the initial idea of the piece is that this is a bird here, these are birds. As they go around, they get progressively darker. So they'll start off really nice and white because they're getting purified right here. So this is kind of sucking up and out all the evil, or whatever you want to call it. And then, you know, as they progress around, they get dirty again, and then they get cleaned, and, you know, life, all that. I have this really insane tiny little bristle that is just adorable, but I don't know if I want to use it on these yet. I'll have to see. I do have one that's a little bit bigger than this one. Sort of. I'll probably use this in between. Also, it's got this ergonomic hand thing. It's kind of nice. It's like a triangle. Dead skin is so accurate, right? Like, what is that? Yeah, the soap works pretty good. Metal stick with ball of various sizes on the end works really well. Oh yeah, I could see that. There's also syringes you can get too, but again, it's whatever you want to do it with. If you get one of these small brushes, you could get that, or use the dip pen. So if you've got kind of an older dip pen, like not a fountain pen, but a dip pen that has a nib on it that goes like this when you press down, if you dip that in the masking fluid, you can use the dip pen as your masking applicator, and you can, you know, use it like you would ink. And so you get that fine point, but you can also vary it if you need to, in case you don't want to use, you know, a brush, because then all you gotta do is just pull it off the dip pen. Thanks for coming, Otter. Yeah, make some coffee. Yeah, coffee. Hi, Asling. Asling, I'm going to be working on your thing next month, okay? You're at one of my highest priorities. Yeah. Is it that, the blue stuff? There's one that's called, I think, Molotov. I think that's the brand. That one's okay. Okay. It's okay. Oh, Asling, you're so good to me. Well, I feel bad that it is, you know, a good deal late, but you know me, I pace things, and I work on them when I'm feeling the most like working on them in a timely manner, as much as I can. So, all right, this is going to be interesting because I have to make these gradate, and I want them to gradate appropriately. So I know this will be the darkest, so I want to figure this one out first. What does the darkest bird look like? I think I want it to be about as dark as the inside of its hood. Oh, and Kat, you had asked if this is for sale. Sorry, yes. Indeed it is. If anybody's ever curious if what I'm doing is for sale, up here, you get first dibs. It'll tell you what I'm working on that day, and then if it's been claimed or not. If it gets claimed, I put up a little graphic. I think that's a pretty good darkness. But typically if I'm working on a piece that's kind of unrelated to anything on a weekend stream, it's probably up for grabs. Unless I state otherwise. Like last weekend, those hummingbird pieces, those were for a patron. But I'm going to ask her if I can make those into postcard prints because I liked them. I think they turned out pretty nice. And now I can finally start getting more detailed on it because all the big areas are blocked in. And then now I'm just painting with ink basically, so it's like a brush pen. Very detailed brush pen. Let's zoom in a bit now since we're detailing. I think I'm going to change the lighting of this piece back to what it is because now you can see it pretty good. Yes, do a post, Isabel. Oh, Asling. I love that you guys are as excited as I am when I can start working on my own stuff again. That makes me feel really good. Thank you. Isabel, I don't think nice posts exist anymore. If it makes you feel better, I I have heard that there's this movement on the rise of purposefully making things look worse. And it's basically for the younger people. The youth seems to really be into this idea of just like more raw, unprocessed things, and that goes for like photoshopping and models being retouched and things like this. They're really into things being more accurate as to what they are. So because of that, I think that takes a lot of the pressure off your posts. Just make them how you want to make them. Always make them how you want to make them, first and foremost. But just know there's no real post criteria to a good post. Your posts should be however you want them to look. If you want them to look nice, cool. If that's part of your brand, cool. If you're kind of a mess and that's kind of what you're into and what you're about, do it that way. I'd like to say I'm an organized mess. I used to be really, really analytical and overly anal about things, if I'm honest. I used to be very meticulous and too much of a perfectionist. And nowadays, I am not. And I'm very thankful for that. Granted, a few other aspects of my business and my person have also changed with that. But I think it's been for the better. So I'm not as uptight as I used to be. I think that's good. I've learned to relax more, especially in times when I can't relax. That's when you should relax. So, very important. If you find yourself telling yourself you do not have time to relax, that's when you need to relax the most. So let that be a little red flag. Take 10 minutes, even just 10 minutes. Just relax for a bit. Don't think about anything, just sit somewhere that's pleasant. And just sit. Don't look at your phone. Don't do any of that crap. Just sit happily. Yeah, I finished the hummingbirds and I sent them off. I sent them off yesterday, I think. So she will be getting them. I'm sure she will like them. She's been waiting a long while for those. I'll be putting them in the Patreon post at the end of the month. Oh, what do you write? Honestly, okay. In all of the posts I do, I usually put a question to see, to have, to have that interaction with your people, but also to see if anybody's reading the post. And I'd say 90% of the time, no one answers the question. Either, because they don't want to, or they didn't read the post. So I wouldn't put too much effort into it. Just post your bit. If you have a fun story behind it and you want to share it, go for it. But I think putting too much pressure on yourself for writing something good in the post isn't necessary. I think it's more important that you're just sharing your work. So, get that out there. If it's got a fun story, then that's a bonus. If not, just be like, here's this thing. I felt like drawing a bear. There's a bear. I don't know. Or save that stuff for your Patreon, Isabel. Maybe, have your finalized pieces on your Instagram and then save your sketchbook stuff for, your patrons. And then maybe once a month put up a post on Instagram that has a page of sketches that's maybe kind of zoomed in and say, this is the kind of stuff that you can get as a patron. You know, you can gatekeep some things. It's how you make money nowadays, so you can't really, you know, not do that. I mean, you know, it's completely up to you, but everybody's just trying to figure out how to make money nowadays, and you know, if that's one of the things, you're still giving people content for free all the time. It's my main gripe with Instagram and Facebook and all that, is that people just get things for free all the time. You're doing posts and busting your ass all the time to not get paid for it. In fact, we end up paying them for people to see our stuff. So that's kind of weird, right? And this always drives me crazy, so I try not to think about it too much, but people should be paying you to see some stuff. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Especially in this day and age. Oh, good, Isabel. I am proud of you. I was proud of you before you even did the owl post. Yeah, it's hard to type out things. I don't blame you. Okay, so this one has to be about the same color as the background, which is gonna kind of suck. I'll have to outline them, but for the most part. And then these get progressively lighter, and then very light. Sorry, I was below the thing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you think I'm sweet. I try to be sweet. I think it's important to be sweet. I just want to be sweet and genuine. Maybe a little badass too. Sweet, genuine, and badass. But I never know if I'm being badass or not, and I don't strive to be. I just hope it happens. Honestly. Yeah, that's it's weird. I have a lot of Canadians too. Isn't that strange? A lot of Canadian folks. Oh, you guys could get together and have an art jam even. No pressure, but I mean it's there. I bet your area, both of your guys' area, has a pretty good art scene, don't they? That's what I would guess anyway. I feel like Canada probably has a dope art scene. Oh, you're a million miles from me? Okay, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, Pacific Northwest is like a hidden gem for artists. Is anybody working on anything right now during the stream? How cute. Burnt umber is sombra tostada. So it's like toasted umber. Love it. It's so cute. A little dab will do you when it comes to ink, let me tell you. Oh, your first portrait painting. Oh, Cat. I saw that one that somebody did of you that was gorgeous. I forgot which artist did it, but that was lovely. They did a really good job. From what I've seen of you, it looked just like you. Honestly, having the video up kind of makes it so I can see things in my piece that I can't see normally. So I can fix them before anything bad happens. Which is kind of cool. I'm gonna dip it. Yeah, that was super sweet of her. It turned out great. Ooh, bookmark, Sophia, nice. Oh, Alice, that's wonderful. How is your kitten? Isn't Twitch good for confidence? It really is. Honestly, anytime I feel down and I'm like, oh, I don't feel like streaming today, and then I end up streaming, I'm always glad I did. Unless, of course, I have like a headache or something, but that usually comes up later. Like I haven't had enough water, speaking of. But yeah. I'm gonna try to remember her name, Alice. Is it Morgan? I feel like it's Morgan. I'm probably really wrong though, but I tried. Caramelized squid that painted that. Cute. Tame my cricket to make some long-awaited stickers. That machine's driving me crazy. Oh, Isabel. I can try my best to help you. If you tell me what's going wonky with it, because going through the whole process would be a thing. I could do that next month, I guess. This month is obviously crazy, but I can try to do a quick run through that's like as concise as I can be. Mariah. Damn it, I was close. Oh, Leia's the new kitty. Oh, you have 2 cats. I'm a terrible friend. Oh, Box, I'm sorry. hope it was a smooth transition. I'm so sorry. I'm sure they were so happy to have had you. Oh my god, you have to calibrate it every time? That's not right. I hate that there was an update recently to Cricut where they used to have it where you could press go. When it was done, you eject it and you put in a new one and you just press go again. Now it makes it, when it's done, it kicks it out. You have to go back to your computer, choose all your settings again, and then go back over to your Cricut and say go every time. And I'm making like 50 things as stickers, if not 60 or more a month. And it's a pain in the ass because I have to just sit there and wait till it's done and click the new stuff instead of just undoing it, doing it, and going again. I hate it. Yeah, oh my god. We were so mad at that update, and they still haven't fixed it. It still hasn't, I don't know. If it starts working again right for you, let me know, because ours still is not up to date with, no, I don't think they fixed it. Oh, do you? I don't even know what I have. I got it like 4 years ago. No, wait, 3 or 4 years ago. It was when I started the summer after I started my Patreon. So 2019, 2020, 3 years ago. Oh yeah, I do have the Cricut Maker, you're right. It's so dumb that there's like Maker, Explorer, Air, all these things. Oh, really, box? Well, I'm glad it was the best possible way. That's really heartening to hear. I'm sorry if it was a hard fight, though. Poor baby. Ugh. It's never easy. I feel like unless they go in their sleep, it's always a tough time. Always a tough time. Never easy to let them go. The poor babies. My dogs are gonna start barking any second because Gabe's feeding them lunch. I'm tilting this way because I want the paint to settle at a certain spot. There goes Chancho. We took them to get their nails clipped this morning before the stream. And since it's Saturday, it's a day we don't usually take them to the vet to get their nails clipped. Usually we take them on a weekday, so it was a different set of staff. And we took them in, and they called Chancho Chanko. And Gabe and I have been calling him Chanko all morning because it's so funny. Granted, Chancho is pretty whatever anyway, but Chanko just had us rolling. Oh, you guys are so sweet to support each other. I'm glad you all like each other's work, too. I guess that's a nice side effect of, like, the demographic, is we all really like each other's work because it's the same vein, you know? Also, Isabel, your icon next to Kat's is really cute. You guys both have very artsy, beautiful lady shots of your faces, your beautiful faces. A silhouette portrait if there are any good deals for Easter. I waste so much paper with that one, it's so annoying. What's the silhouette portrait one? I really hope I can help if I show you what I do, I don't know if it will, but honestly, if it does, then I'd be happy. Alright, I'm going to go in here, make a little bit of a... I think this is the right... Shoot, that's the sepia. I don't want the sepia. I want the burnt umber. The bumber. Burnt umber, bumber. Way too saturated. Pull up. Pull up. There you go. I just wanted it a little yellow. Not too much. Let it sit in there for a second. I gotta go back over to these birds, darken them up again. Ah, damn it, that's not the sepia. It's so hard to tell which of these is which right now because they're all dark. It's kind of like having watercolors, but you really don't know until you start using it. I make so many silly mistakes sometimes. You have an issue with stickers? They're addicting, man. I'm with you. Stickers can be hella addicting. Also, in doing this piece, I figured out my favorite way to draw birds from now on. It's my absolute favorite way to do them now. It's like drawing them as a little teardrop. Just like if I need a basic whatever bird, draw them that way. It's like a teardrop with a tail. Oh, cool, Isabel. Yeah, I'd like to hear. Oh no, bugs. Ducking around to buy some, that's so cute. These two are pretty similar. I think I'm gonna have to lighten this one and darken that one. This will require a good deal of line work, I think, too, to see what's going on, but for the moment it's not so bad. The best way to claim your stuff. It's true. It's true. Maybe that's the other part of my demographic, is you all like stickers. That's why I made that little like curious collector case for my guardians, because I wanted a place that was like a pin banner, but for stickers. I thought it'd be cool. I know a lot of people put them in their sketchbooks and stuff, but I wanted to have like a little cute case idea. I thought that was fun. Oh, Alex, you were waiting for that, weren't you? The Pun King is here. Popped on at the right time. Yeah, like Gabe started, he did the same thing. He was hoarding them for a while, but he started like a sticker board. I know Kat has this cool idea of putting them in her sketchbook and doing like drawings around them, but since we have a pin board that we kind of loosely compete with enamel pins, like it's a cork board that's sectioned and we put all our enamel pins on it, he's started doing the same thing with a giant gesso board. He takes those and then he puts his stickers all over, and it ends up making like a collage of cool stickers. So that's, I mean, if you want something that ends up kind of being this collage-y art piece, that's something to do. You could do it that way. How you doing this Saturday, Alex? It's pretty cold here. It's not as warm as I'd like it to be. Oh, God damn it, that's the wrong thing. Son of a biscuit. They're really cool too, Kat. I love that you do those. You could do a sticker wall, for sure. Get just a piece of drywall or something and just put it up that way. Standing desks? Nice. I used to have a standing desk at my workplace when I worked in an office. It was one I made, though, for $10, and it worked great. Though there are some really nice ones that, you know, are expensive that you can have raising and lowering and all that stuff. But just make sure you get a fatigue mat and that you don't wear shoes with your fatigue mat. Otherwise, it'll negate the effects of the fatigue mat. And you have to, when you start doing the standing desk, you have to sit down like every 15 minutes or so to build yourself up to it. Because if you start doing it like 4 hours at a time or something, you're going to kill your back. Your back is just going to hate you. So you have to build up that tolerance over time. Oh, really, Kat? Can't you request them? Yeah, Kat, if you want to share one of your, like, sticker pieces that you, like, add to your stickers, I thought it was pretty cool she did this. It's a pretty good, like, way to prompt yourself into, you know, doing a piece. I did find it kind of hard to draw while standing, though, when I was at my desk, because it had to be at a certain height where your elbow, like, you feel kind of like a child because you're like, you know, but it was difficult at first to draw on it while, you know. So sometimes I would just sit back down when I had to draw, but if I was just typing or doing correspondence or programming, then I would, you know, do it while standing. I think I might do this little flame a little bit of a color. I do want it a little bit colored. I don't want it just white. Sorry, I was off screen. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, if you can kind of appropriate their desk for yours, go for it. Exactly, yeah. So when I was doing 3D, I would definitely, because I was using the keyboard and the mouse the whole time, when I was doing that or programming, I would stand. When I was doing any 2D work or drawing of any kind, I would sit. It's really funny because there is something to sitting over standing when you're actually doing art. Really strange. Really, really weird. And I feel like there's that in-between space where if you're at like a high drafting table, you can kind of do both. But it's still kind of weird. Just want it a little bit colored, not too much. Just a little bit. You can't see it, but I can. It's a super subtle, like right in here. Maybe it actually looks good a little bit more like that. There we go. Okay, now I think I can actually go in and start putting in some white. I think lining it's the last thing I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, Alex, I'm with you. So if you can, if you don't have much space, get one of those ones that raises and lowers if you have the funds for it. But you know, you could draw at your drafting table. Since I kind of know your setup, draw at your drafting table and have just a full standing desk for your other one. So it forces you to. If you can't lower it, then you can't sit down. Watch, like 6 months down the road, you feel like you see yourself sitting at the couch a lot more often with your laptop. Uh-oh. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I had a stool too. The stool actually worked really nice. It was a stool with a back. It was like a high chair that had a back on it. I got a majority of the stuff from IKEA, actually. I had put one of the IKEA coffee tables on a table, and that was my standing desk. It was the perfect height for me. And then the high chair I got was like a $10 IKEA chair. Worked great. It's dying, Alex? Have you tried, like, restoring it? How old is it? I might be interested in getting that off you. Honestly, the computer you have that's dying might actually still be better than the one Gabe has. Well, there you go, Kat. Nice box. Yeah, I find making them, there's a lot of hacks out there for them. Big old mess. Yeah, that's part of my problem. I'm gonna do a Patreon post at some point that shows all my art areas, where I kind of migrate depending on what I'm working on. I have 4. 5 if you count outside. But there's the art studio, which is for painting, in here, which is streaming and painting, down by my computer, which is actually technically 2 spots because it's like digital stuff and painting while watching TV, sitting, and then in the game room, which is a giant couch and just for like doodling and, you know, relaxing stuff. It's really crazy how having so many places to work really mixes it up enough so if you don't get outside or go out very often, that you still get enough of a scene change. Worked for me during the pandemic for sure, but... Oh no, sorry Kat, I meant for Alex. Alex. Sorry if I made that confusing. Because Alex said his was dying, so I was curious. Okay. Oh yeah. Process pick. I'll show kind of a messy shot of what everything looks like. Then I'll get a nice shot. Alright, so basically about 2 more steps. Gotta do the whites and then the lines. And I think I bought my white stuff. The living room, I still don't have enough room, so I took over the guest room. Same thing. Desk or paint making, desk or drawing. We need a lot of spots. And it's funny because he doesn't need that much. He's got, I mean, he's an artist too. He's a comic artist. And he's got his desk space, and then sometimes, maybe 10% of the time, he draws in the game room with me. Otherwise, he does everything basically at his desk. So I wonder more if it's a woman thing. Really, Alex? Have you tried, you did try factory resetting it? How much RAM does it have? Because if it has more RAM than Gabe's, we'll take it. Retina 5K though, damn. It's your cozy spot, right, Kat? I think everybody at least needs one cozy spot. If you have more than one, awesome. I consider myself pretty lucky for having more than one. Alright, here they come. Here come all the whites I use. Ready? Oh my gosh, Ashley. I am a ridiculous person. This doesn't even work. Why is this here? This doesn't even work. Are you kidding me? Oh, now you are? Are you sure? These are all the whites. So many. All right. Let's see. Take off some of the harsh lines here. I like that. I'm gonna keep that. Sometimes I make something a certain color just so I can lighten it later. So a lot of the time when you see me doing something pretty dark, it's usually because I have an idea later to make it brighter. Ah, good box. Laminate my stickers? Do you mean like before they've been stuck or after they've been stuck? Or what do you mean? I don't do any of that stuff, honestly. I think stickers are a very ride or die mentality. Like, you post them where you want them, and that's where they live, and everything in life is temporary, so especially stickers, I don't know. I tend to think about things like that a little bit. Just let it go, man. Just let it do what it's gonna do. Oh yeah, I feel you, box. When I print and cut them, how did they laminate them then to work? I laminate, because once you laminate them, they're no longer stickers. I laminate sheets that I bring to conventions so people can flip through them easily. And, you know, they can see what they look like and all that stuff. I laminate a lot of things that I bring to conventions, actually. So I can actually, like, you know, sanitize them too. Print laminate them, then you cut them in the Cricut. But then how are they stickers? Because lamination... Oh, you can laminate one side? No, I haven't done that. Mainly because anytime I laminate and cut something, there's a chance that the lamination separates from what you've actually adhered it to. Because typically, and this is where I'm confused why that is that way, that you're saying, typically lamination needs both sides to be adhering. Otherwise, it doesn't usually adhere to a thing, unless there's something I don't know, because that's crazy. I haven't heard of that. But no, that would be way too much work. And my tier isn't that expensive. Like, if I was maybe making the tier another $4 or $5, then I'd probably do vinyl or like higher quality ones. But I think for what it is right now, it doesn't need to be, that high. That laminated. Yeah, I don't know how you can laminate just one side. This lamination needs both sides to like sandwich. So I don't know how they're getting it to stick. Like even with my bookmarks, when I do my bookmarks and I laminate them, sometimes they don't fully laminate, so I have to send them through a couple times, or like just melt the sides a bit more, because it doesn't always do it. Oh yeah, no, that's too much work in my opinion. Especially for me, that would add another hour to my like sticker cycle, which I cannot afford that. Yeah, I do the waterproof ones. Those ones are pretty nice. But laminating, it's like, just buy the paper. Saves you a step, But that site I sent you has decent vinyl ones too. If you, we usually put the vinyl ones up, at least my husband has, on Etsy, because it's a little bit more pricey for vinyl, but they're pretty good. I think stickers are kind of like having shirts or clothes. It's like really nice to have because different demographics enjoy different things, God, I keep forgetting to move. Sorry. Yeah, didn't I send you the site, the onlinelabels.com site? I thought I had sent you a site. Sorry. My brain is failing me. Chacho's going crazy. I thought I had sent that to you. Either way, okay, you're already there, so regardless, that's good. Shipping really a killer for you with that site? I could kind of see it being, because I think it's here in the US, isn't it? I can't remember exactly. Oh, that sucks, Isabel. I'm sorry. I really wish someday that shipping in general just is cheaper for everybody. Because I think mail is such an amazing, magical thing. And I honestly really wish that it was easier to send people things, you know? I know it's kind of dorky to think mail's magical, but it is. I think it is. I think it's just kind of a miracle, like, faith-based system. It really is, yeah. $35, God. You know what's really annoying? There's a packaging company we use called That Packaging Company. That's literally what the site is. It's That Packaging Company or thepackagingcompany.com. Either way. Shipping for us is always like $50 to $70. And we're usually buying like boxes and things, like cardboard stuff. So it's not like it's really heavy or anything. And it's always like $50 to $70. And it drives me crazy because the actual place is like 50 miles away. So it's like we spend about that much going to there and back there on gas. But, dude, it's one of those things, it's so dumb. It's like they're in the state we're in. They're not that far away. We could pick it up for free, but it's costs as much to ship it, so it's like, so dumb. Yeah, I wonder if you have your own Canadian company that would be better for it than online labels. It's always hard to tell people what companies I use for things if they're overseas or out of the US because they don't have the same, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? The same access to it like I do. It's not as cheap for them, so it always sucks giving people recommendations because it really depends on where they live as a good recommendation, you know? Oh, there it is. Chit Chats? Cute. What a funny name. I like it. Chit Chats. I mean, we have this one called Uline here, but it's like in the US, it's what a lot of big company uses, but it's like, it's not good for littler companies. Like, what sucks is underneath that one is That Packaging Company one, and then below that is basically Amazon. So it's like Amazon has the best priced cardboard and all that stuff for the things we need, which sucks because I don't like giving Amazon money, and I hate that they're like, you know, the people that have kind of the cheapest things we need sometimes. It drives me nuts. It's like this isn't really capitalism if they have a monopoly and stuff, right? I mean, that's not what's going on there, I think. The slot box. Oh. Oh, you got Uline there? Okay. Oh no. That's fine, Alice. Definitely take a nap. I'm glad you're getting some relaxation out of this, though. That's great. Enjoy your nap, Alice. The Uline catalog is fun, but it's too expensive. Ugh. Hi, Foxy. How are you? Oh, that's nice, Isabel. Okay, take that. Take this. Take this. Blend that. That on screen? Okay. Keep thinking I'm off screen. Oh yeah, definitely share your stuff so everybody's got a good place depending on where you are. Box. Really? That's crazy, Sophia. That sucks. Blend, you fool. Blend. If anybody's wondering why I have so many white tools, I have a whole post dedicated to my white tools that I use for toned paper and things like this on my Patreon. So you can definitely read about that. I give links to everything too. Oh, did you really? Cute. Oh, well that means they're probably a good company, huh? Oh yeah. If you send anything through the mail that's pretty big, you should always kind of put it in a bigger box. It's ridiculous. Like sometimes, at least in the US, I trust sending things there like if I have to send some prints that are like 11 by 17 or something, I'll put them in a, like now I trust it. I didn't used to and I'd roll it up, but now I trust doing it in like a 13 by 19 package and just putting do not bend over it, and that works domestically, but I don't think I would do it internationally. I think I'd have to roll it. The mysterious bookmark folder. I'm glad so many of you chimed in on that. I feel very validated because I am a tab gremlin. Like, I have so many tabs up on my stuff, so when I get really mad at myself, I'm like, okay, I have to bookmark these and just close them because I'm not doing anything with them right now. It's for later. They're all things I want to do later, or like recipes or DIYs or stuff like that. So I have all these things up to remind me to do them, but it's like I don't have time to do them right now. So then I'm like, okay, I gotta bookmark them because at least then I'll, if I've got them if I need them, and then I throw them into the bookmark folder and forget about them forever. Really, Isabel? Oh no. Have my letters gotten damaged in the way? If anything I send any of you gets damaged, tell me and I'll send you a new one. You pin them? What does that mean? Oh, tabs. Yeah, I used to pin them. That was dangerous because then that just bogs down your memory even more. Ugh. Alex, did you tell me how much RAM you have? I don't remember on that computer. Wow. You actually organize your bookmarks. I don't even do that anymore. Honestly, my Facebook's the same way. Anytime I save a post, it just goes into home and garden. That's the default. I haven't changed it. So everything's in home and garden. Oh yeah, definitely do, Sophia. Yeah, I absolutely do. I usually double up on everything. And if it's a bigger one, like over 8 by 10, if it's a bigger than 8 by 10 original, I ship it in a box. So definitely ship originals different than prints, for sure. Though I think I might go overboard for my prints too. I usually use 2 pieces of corrugated cardboard that's like 1/4 of an inch thick, somewhere in there. So, oh yeah, I don't, ugh. Apartment mailboxes, I had my fill of that. I'm done with that, for sure. Don't miss that one bit. Okay. Where am I at? Oh yeah. Let's use this. Oh yeah, right? I miss certain things about college, like things like that. I definitely don't drop anything off at any, like the post office boxes that are out and about. Everything that we send it to or through the post office, we bring it to the post office to send it out. Unless it's my Clover cards. Those are the only things I actually put in our mailbox to go out. But if it's the whole stack, I just bring it straight to the post office because I don't want to risk any transit stuff. But if it's 1 or 2 of the Clover cards that I have to send, I just do it in our mailbox. But if it's a giant stack of letters or anything like that, the less time it spends in transit, the better. So that's why I bring it straight to the post office. I want to know how grainy this is. Oh no, box. That sounds awesome. I love it. I love accents. I wish I had more of a fun one. When mine does peek out, it's more embarrassing than anything. But it's not even that much, honestly. I never really even had it when I lived in Minnesota, so like if I have it now, it just seeps out sometimes for whatever reason. We don't really have them like people think we have them, which is always funny to me. Oh god, I'm off screen again. I don't want that one to be. Really? Oh, cat, that's funny. Oh, that's cute, Box. It's hard to be in an area and not start doing an accent. Like, Gabe and I were only in Ireland for like a week, and even we started doing it without noticing it. It's tough. It's almost like you have to fight it so you don't sound offensive, but it's so addicting. Like if everyone's doing it, you just already start, I don't know, assimilating. It's interesting. Hi Tanarim, how are you? You haven't picked up the North American accent? Interesting. The A's and the O's. Boot, coat. It's probably for the best, cat. What is this? Chewie from Star Wars. God, no. I don't usually do fan art. This is actually a piece that is somewhat surreal and a little bit, I don't know, just weird. I wanted to have some sort of entity purifying birds. So, yeah, I guess it's a wizard. It could be some sort of priest or cleric of some kind due to the purification. But I wanted it to also have an upside down candle, you know, kind of as the purification symbol a bit. I don't know, I see candles kind of as a time thing. Maybe like a rebirth type deity that cleans, you know, beings as they kind of go through the mechanism. So I don't know, I really enjoy the idea of purification, but I just wanted to do something a little bit strange this time. Not necessarily dark, but just a little bit strange. Well, it's more that this thing's sucking out the darkness, Alex. So I guess if they pass through the light, that might have something to do with it, but it's more about this bird here being, like, purified. Let's call it fantasy art. I can't tell if Tanarim is a troll or not, so I'm giving him a chance. If you are not a troll, please let me know. I mean, you can see a bird wizard if you want. It's kind of whatever, you know. I'm fine with there being interpretation to it. This was like one of my relaxing pieces, so it's one of those ones where... No, this is actually jewelry. It's hard to tell right now. I have to like line it. And I think if I put the gold on it, you'll be able to tell, but it's actually like... It's got bound eyes, like with a bandage, and then the bit in front of its face is actually a little bit of jewelry. Here, I'll try to throw some lines on that. Oh, you're really trying to see something? Okay, cool. Usually if somebody comes in and they're a troll, they'll hassle us about what we're drawing, so my apologies. I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, this is kind of just a whatever piece today. It's not my usual style or what I do on my stream, so... Here, let me see if I can get some sharpness. No problem. Hopefully this isn't loud. It said it wasn't too loud, but we'll see. Okay, so... I know it looks like an eye, but... It's tough to make it look like jewelry without doing too much to it. Here, I'll put on the gold. Hopefully it'll help. Oh, thank you, Box. Thank you. It has fun energy? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I just like drawing mystical stuff a lot of the time, so sometimes it doesn't even make too much sense, or it's like of another place, maybe. You know, where it's just, I don't get what that thing's job is or something, but it's, you know, it's just kind of ethereal or somewhere else. But it's not necessarily threatening, you know what I mean? Where's the light? Gotta catch the light. Ambient lighting isn't good for this gold. Can't even see it. There we go. There's a little bit of it. Yeah, the eyes are kind of bound up. There you go. It's all about the void. My husband actually created a website back in the day called Enter Void, and it's for comic battling. And it's still around. I do. I like toned sketches and things like that. Lately I've been doing a lot more of my colored watercolor work, but typically I always come back to toned work because I just like that it's a little bit more moody and more cozy, I guess. It's a good way to put it. When your friends snap, try to get you back from the real world. There you go. Oh, well, thank you, Kat. Yes, it was this color. So in the time we've been doing that, I've been working it down to this kind of sepia look. I think it's like, see, it's a little bit more accurate to how it looks. Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean, box? I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. I'm more Zelda. Zelda a long time ago. If anything, though, I'm just my Clover King character. But yeah, I mean, my early influences were like Zelda. I haven't read any of the Lord of the Rings books. I've seen the movies. They're enjoyable, but I'm not obsessed or anything. Oh, you guys are so nice. I'm so glad. Thank you, Evie. But yeah, if you're curious why I'm wearing the ears I am, I guess. I think I might be getting too old for the ears, but if you look at my Instagram, you'll see my character as my avatar a bit, so. Oh, here's a good example too. My little Clover King character in the upper right. Oh, and I guess I've got it here. Duh, Ashley. There. I definitely don't look like that anymore, but hey, it's okay. I usually dress up in that dress and that vest and everything at conventions. So, and then got my little no cam animation too. Where did that go though? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So down in the corner there. Anyway. No, it's a giant hamster. I like hamsters. If I'm using just the one color, it get caught up in the stress of making sure to have some different tones, but if I have a handful of similar neutrals, I'm off with the bag. I see. So you have trouble gradating the one color? If that's true, then what you can do to make sure they're at different levels is you can take the ink and do like, you know, a dot of each of it, and then add a certain amount of water to each drop, more or less than the last, and then force yourself to go like light to dark. Or what I do sometimes to make sure I get a good range of light to dark is I put the lightest thing in there and I put the darkest thing in there, and then that makes it so I kind of fill in the different shades to make sure I hit everything. A wombat is a giant hamster. It could be. Thank you. Bye. Oh, thank you for trying, Saphira. Well, you might just need to try it more, honestly, Box. How often have you done it? Is it just a once or twice thing, or have you been working on it for a while? Oh, you jumped to hard mode. Yeah, the water-soluble graphite is another level in itself. I'm glad you experimented with it, but yeah, that is very hard to work with. I would have worked up to that, I think. It is funny, I forgot all about that. During conventions, people always think I'm cosplaying Zelda. It's just something I always have to kind of deal with when I'm in my garb. Nope. Nope, I'm an original character, but it's okay. I guess it's still a compliment. Hold on. I know I'm off screen. Give me a sec. I had to hold that one close to get that line the way I wanted it. Hello, Serenity. How are you? Hey, if you're in the colors box, you do all the colors you want to do. It's just the long ears, man. It does it every time. Because Hylians are typically the ones with the longest ears, or if they were a little bit longer, I'm sure somebody would think I'm cosplaying a blood elf from Warcraft. Which would also be okay. I played as many a blood elf back in the day. God, I didn't know before that these inks go so well with my pencil. That's a happy side effect. Love it. To fill this in. So I'm going to go back over it with that gold. Sometimes it's easier to just fill in where I'm going to put the gold pen, because then it's already outlined with brown and I don't have to chance that. Because it doesn't always outline how I want to when I do it the other way. So oh no. Is that a good thing, Box? I feel bad. But thank you. Line work, honestly, always makes something look a bit better because it tightens up. And then things come to light that you didn't see that I've been seeing all along. So it's kind of like, you know, I guess you get to see the secret now or some crap. Now you see what I see. How many of you were actually able to do magic eyes? I'm curious. I had the hardest damn time with magic eye books. Sometimes I'd be able to see it and sometimes I wouldn't. Drove me nuts. Oh, Box. I agree with Sophia. You're adorable. I love it. And I mean that in the most non-condescending way. Absolutely adorable. Sometimes I feel like if I call somebody cute, they might see it as an insult. I do not mean that. I think Sophia and I both mean you're cute. Adorable. Oh, some people use it like, oh, you're cute. Or, yeah, that's cute. You know, like they mean it like it's condescending. Some people hate that. Or if you're like, oh, you're cute, then it's like, oh, Okay, you don't take me seriously. So I've had people take it the wrong way, so I just want to make sure. I try not to, Kat. I know. You never know, though. I'm always afraid I might hit a nerve with somebody, because sometimes I can be too blunt or a certain way, and I just want to make sure there's no miscommunication, because sometimes in the past I've had some miscommunications with people in the chat, and it's turned into like mild fighting, and I don't want that again. So I try to avoid it if at all possible. Clarification. Because miscommunication, I think, is one of the biggest reasons that arguments and fights happen and all that. Hold on. Pencil sharpener. Look at that juicy, juicy point. Whew. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we're all a rambler of some kind. Me too, Kat. I love it. I love it. How did I get so lucky? Sometimes I feel like I'm a teen again when the internet was still like new and fresh and cool and fun and not scary or algorithm based or anything. And that I have internet buddies again. That's always a good feeling. Aw. Yeah, buddies. I don't know, I started to think that there are some people who are better at being in-person buddies and some people that enjoy and are better at being internet buddies. And I think I'm an internet buddies. I mean, I would love to be an in-person buddy again, but I just don't think it's possible nowadays. Like, I don't go anywhere. No one I know really goes anywhere. Everybody's busy. Granted, everybody shouldn't be as busy as they are. Everybody should probably slow down a smidge. But, you know how it is. Neutral stalking. Oh, you're socially awkward? I would have never guessed. I think you're fine. It's much like this, Kat. It really is. Just less using of the first name and a lot because you can just look at the person. That's about the difference. There you go. Social butterflies. I call myself an ambivert. I'm extroverted when I need to be, but introverted if I have the choice. Very sociable, but when it comes to my art time, I love this environment. There you go, that's kind of the same thing. Kat, I would say you're an ambivert. However, I do think one of the things that kind of differentiates people is, do you seek out parties? Because if you don't, I think most of the time you're probably an introvert. But if you seek out and or throw parties, I think you're an introvert or extrovert, because I don't throw parties. I don't throw parties. I don't really like going to parties. I don't know. Oh no, Serenity. Yeah, I think you've been fine. You haven't really changed to me, if that makes any difference. I think you've been great the whole time. Interesting, Isabel. I could understand. You'd probably be really good in a convention situation then. Though you do get people who pop up who are like, I've been at your stream. You don't know me, but I lurk all the time. And I'm like, oh my god. Because I feel bad that I haven't talked to them technically because they lurk, but I also feel very flattered that they lurk. So if you're a lurker, I appreciate you, and if I ever see you in person, I'm sorry if I act weird right away because I don't know how to respond to it. Because I want to be like, thank you, but also it's like, I wish I had talked to you, but I totally understand the lurking. You know what I mean? I get it. Oh, Box, yeah, the recovery time. Huge. That's why I don't go out at the end of a convention. Like, every day at a convention, when it ends at like 6 or 8 o'clock or whatever, most people will go out to a bar or to dinner or something. I go straight for the hotel room. I order in, I watch TV, and I fall asleep on the spot. I'm tired. I need to be alone. My favorite time is when I'm in like a hotel room by myself. Like, if I go to conventions now, I usually get a room by myself, or if it's expensive, then I have to room with somebody. But if I can do it by myself, I do. But yeah, anyway. Or with my husband, obviously. But we were so chill. Seriously. Yeah, isn't that weird, Isabel? Like, the whole meeting thing makes it feel so different. I don't know why that is. Yeah, cat, right? Oh my god. Oh, cute Box. Yeah, I would say my husband's the same way. Like, he's a little bit more extroverted and seeks it out than I am, and him and his friends meet up, but if it were me, I'd be like, oh, okay. I'll go, but, you know, once I'm there, I'm okay. Usually it's just, do I want to? No. Are there things I'd rather be doing? Yes. I wouldn't mind if they were here with me doing it, but, you know, typically it's like, eh. Well, Serenity, let me tell you this. You've been outside way more than I have, guaranteed. I only go out maybe once a month, and since I don't even go out for work, Gabe does all the shopping, and I mean, if I think I have to go outside for a bit, I'll go to the post office, but that's it. That's why having so many different places to do art in the house is important to me, because at least then I get the, you know. But anyway, canceled plans are the best plans. Alex, if you end up wanting to talk about your computer, your old one, and, you know, offering it to us, we'll buy it off you, obviously, but I want to know if it's got more RAM than Gabe's. But yeah, we'd buy it off you. You and the mister. Cute. Hi, Cabranium. Yeah, partying, like, when you're younger seemed like a lesser, like, hard thing to do. But now it's like, I don't want to. But, like, hanging out with my husband doing fun things, that's fun. I guess I consider that partying now, though. I don't know. I think party is a state of mind, you know? That'd be awesome, Alex. If you're willing to sell it, if you're okay with that. Because he's been swearing way more than usual at his computer, and it's been way too slow for him. So I'm wondering if yours is at least a little bit better than his. His is newer than that one, but I'm wondering if you actually have the ability to add more RAM, because he bought one that doesn't have that, so it's been kind of a aggravating spot to be in. Okay, I'm getting near the end of this. So if anybody wants to talk about anything specific, has questions, or anything, feel free to talk about it. We'll be streaming again next Saturday at the same time, 2 p.m. CST, which was, oh my god, 4 hours ago? Jesus. Oh, what was I just gonna look up? Oh, right. Oh no. What was it, Isabel? I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Was it the very beginning? Tell us more about how you schedule your working days or weeks. Oh my god, I totally didn't even see that. Yeah, I can totally tell you. Nightmares. Oh no. I hope they're fun nightmares at least. I had a fun nightmare the other day. Anyway, how I schedule it. Yeah, so that's actually a really good question. When I schedule things, I typically look at what needs to be done that month for sure, and what kind of work it is. And if it's like really intensive stuff that I need to do in multiple phases, then I plan those out on a weekly basis, that I at least need to get to this part on this project, this part on this project, this part on this one. So for my like my Patreon rewards, since I need the month to actually market them, I really try to get majority of the visual aspect done and the conceptual side of it done in the beginning of the month, and then do posts about that so that the rest of the month I can kind of pimp it. And then, you know, at the end of the month, you tell people again. But what I end up having to do is I do that in the beginning of the month, and then try when I can to work on it during the month, but a lot of the time it'll end up where the last week or two of the month I have to finish up those projects. So those kind of get split. Now if it's pet portraits, I usually try to take the second week of the month and do all the pencils for, say, 7 of them. Try to do 1 a day. And then that way, by the end of the month, I can pick away at flats, rendering, all that stuff throughout the month. And then if I have extra commissions, if those have a deadline, I have to work back from that deadline and that shipping date. So if the deadline is like, let's say it's the 20th of the month, I want to give it at least a week to be shipped, right? So I'll go back to that. That's the actual deadline then, is a week before it needs to be shipped. Yeah. And then from that point, I make maybe 2 or 3 different milestones where I need like the pencils done or the flats or renders done. And then I go back that way. And I mean, it always depends on the size of the piece, the complexity of it, how much time it'll take between those milestones. But usually that's about, you know, how I gauge things. I work back from the deadline. What other stuff is there? And then whatever things I have to kind of do that are kind of busy work or just small things, I put those around the week they're due, which it's a little bit risky, but sometimes you gotta do that because other stuff just jams in, you know? Is it really Cabranium? Oh my god, thank you. Yes, and again, these are the inks I used. So I actually used this one only in the beginning. This was It's an acrylic ink from Daler Rowney. It's the FW brand. And this one was called Flesh Tint, though it should not be called Flesh Tint because there are many types of flesh. This should be called Peach because it is very peach. But I did an all-over wash of this on the white because it used to be, this color. So with the help of this and these other two, I've been able to make it a toned piece. And then from that point, this was a sepia acrylic ink and burnt umber acrylic ink. And these look the same, but they very much aren't. And this was my mixing pad, my mixing tray here. This is a ceramic one, and honestly, if you just add water to it, the ink comes up really easily. So you can wash it pretty good. But this was the peach one, or the flesh tint. And then this was the burnt umber, which is a totally different color than the sepia. So you can tell then how different those look. And then to make sure they look different, when you look at them, this was the burnt umber. You can see areas with the sepia. And then for the whites, let me get you a thing here. Okay, so, oh good, I'm logged in. Thank you, God. I have a Patreon post dedicated to my toned whites here, so you can check those out there. This piece is for sale, so if anybody wants it, it'll probably be around $140. I might make the price higher once I put it on my website, but if anybody wants it now, it's probably at the cheaper price. It's mostly a monthly planning rather than daily. Yes, and I found that out though, Isabel, through trial and error. I used to try to do it on a daily basis. It didn't work for me. And then I started doing it by a weekly basis, and then I got frustrated because I'd run out of time. So I have to do it on a monthly. So my planner is, you open it and it's one whole month right there. So what I also use, I've got these little tiny post-it notes that are about 1 inch by 1 inch, or it's 1 inch by 2 inches. And each of my days in my planner is about 2 by 2 inches, if that makes sense. I think it's 2 by 2. So what I do is I tentatively write what I need to have done on these post-its, and I put them where I think they should go. But since everything is pretty liquid with how things work, and I gotta rearrange projects if somebody needs something earlier, whatever, and deadlines and things, I put them where I want them to kind of be. And then once something has happened or a day has passed, I move that post-it note if the thing didn't get done or whatever, and I put down what I actually did that day. So I think it's really important if you have a planner to actually take note of what you did that day. Because if you reach the end of the month and you didn't write down what you actually did, it's going to look like you literally did nothing. So keep track of what you actually did. And then the post-it notes, if they haven't been done yet, you keep moving them so they never leave. Otherwise, you write something down and you have to cross it out. Write something down, cross it out. Write something down, cross it out. And it gets messy. This way it stays clean and it's accurate. And it looks really nice. Because by the end of the month, you look like you were really organized. So I used to have post-it notes everywhere. And then I got a bunch of whiteboards. But then I got even crazier. And I started laminating my own paper things. Actually, I can show you. I was going to do a Patreon post about this, but I'll show you. So for my Patreon stuff, I actually have a laminated whiteboard thing I do. So you can see here. So March, right? I've got my Clover cards, and this means have I done it on the computer and have I printed it? And then these are if they're done. So if I've done the art and if I've printed it, because sometimes you finish the art but you don't print it. So that tells me that, and that's for my Clover cards. And then down here are my Guardians. Did I do the main concept art? Did I print it? Did I do it? Did I print it? So I've got little I'm way too organized. So every month I can just erase this and use it again. So I make my own worksheets and I laminate them. So I actually, you know what, Isabel, do you think it'd be interesting if I did a Patreon post that's got how I do all my planner work, like I said, and then also this laminating my worksheets thing? Because I would love to do a post about that. I think that'd be really fun. It would take a long time to actually build up all the stuff for it, but... Yes? Okay. I got you. We'll do it. We'll do it. Because I have so many little things. Also, if you enjoy that, definitely look at my Instagram on this one highlight I have. I started putting down, like, if you go to these art hacks I've got right here, these pro tips, if you click into that, I've been, like, doing things for a while that it's like, if you have this, do this, and, like, a lot of things that just, like, little pro tips. I don't know. I've just been doing the stuff that I use to organize, you know? I think it could be useful to a lot of people. You're right. And I kind of want to be more useful to people. Here, I'll put another droplet, I think, here. And kind of fade it away. Maybe I'll do that this month then, because I might have enough to put that together. Because the other things I have a sculpt post I have to do, I have all my art spaces. I have a few I wanted to do, but I don't really have the stuff to do them right now. Like, you need to get together all the info and the pictures and stuff, and I don't really have that collected right now. So I kind of have to do that. I think for the planning one, I would want to make like a fake write-up, because I can't use what I actually do and whose stuff I actually work on, because I use names and I don't want to go against people's, you know, privacy or whatever. Okay, so this is done. I'm gonna call that done. Done. So if anybody wants this, contact me. Otherwise, I will put it on my website. And you can grab it that way. Yeah. It's done. Even though I'm picking at it, it's done. Female word for hero in English. In German, hero is held, and a female hero is helden. Oh! It's heroine, but you could say a female is just a hero anyway. I think anything that you call a lady as a man thing, like calling a woman an actor instead of an actress, is typically looked at as more correct. So I would rather be called a hero than a heroine, honestly. But yeah. This one will probably be 140 on the stream, and then 150 once it's on my website. Also, if anybody wants a print of it, I could do limited prints for anybody who wants it on the stream. So if you want a print, hit me up, actually, and I'll just make some prints for you. And then, I don't know if I'll ever put it up on my website, but if you just want a print and you don't necessarily want the original, I'd say a print's maybe 15 bucks. DM me and say I want a print of today's stream, and I'll be like, cool. Awesome, Alex, thank you. That'd be wonderful. If you want the peel tape, but my actual lines are here because I'm just gonna cut it out anyway, but I can do the peel tape. Sure. You know me though, I usually like to crop it and then redo it that way. So here you go. Get you some peel porn. Ooh, that is a nice line though. There it is. Let's see if I can actually tape it on the back. satisfying most of the time. See the line though that's there? That's the actual line I'm gonna cut it to. So the peeling is like just for fun. It's not actually the line, but you know. Up here it's not gonna matter much, but down here we'll get it again. A nice corner. So like I said, I will cut that down. Yeah. And then this dark spot will be gone. So it'll be a lot more like that. It'll look pretty good, I think, on both sides. Gabrielle, thank you for the raid. What's up? So we're just ending, honestly. I just did this whole piece today. Just an inkwash of a kind of a surreal character. So I'm just showing what it would look like if it were cut down. Because usually I cut it down afterwards, but right now the edges are kind of bleh. So I talked about my tools, what I was thinking when I made it, how to go about it. We had all these different inks we used, just 3. But this one I honestly only used once, so no biggie. I also used masking fluid on it, so if you're curious about how to use masking fluid, I talk about this about twice. What tools to use with that, how to go about it, how to take it off. It's true, you do get to see the original color. Thank you for the raid, though. Oh my goodness. It's true. I hope you had a good stream, though, Gabrielle. If you want to share your art links or whatever you do, if you stream, you do your gaming, anything like that, feel free to share in the chat. We like it. Yeah, like Sophia said. Sophia is a good mod. Thank you, Sophia. And then again, for anybody who is curious about what I use on my typical tone paper and what each of these whites is for, I use all of these. And they each have their own purpose. If you're curious about what that is, that post goes through it and it has links to everything. I also used these 2 things of water today. So this one's a collapsible one, and it's got a paint puck at the bottom. And then this is a paint puck legitimately, and it's got the same sort of thing at the bottom, but it is dirty. Dirty. Thank you for the follow, Crypt Dragon. Oh. Awesome. Thank you for posting your work, Gabrielle. And thank you for streaming for people. That's very sweet. I love when people share their stuff with everybody. Alright, so Chancho's going crazy. I gotta go see what's happening. So I stream every Saturday at 2 p.m. CST, which is about 4 hours ago. It's now 6 p.m. where I am. And typically we start and finish a whole piece in a stream because I want you to see the whole process. And then a lot of the time, any of my other pieces or things I do in between streams, things like that, get shown on my Patreon. I would say 50% of the things I do are seen on Patreon and not necessarily on my socials. I also have a bunch of mail out Patreon things in case anybody enjoys getting things in the mail. They're really cute. It's like little creatures and stickers and artist trading cards, things like that. So definitely check out my Patreon. A lot of my stuff's under Cloverkin. And I will see everybody next weekend, okay? I gotta go. So sorry. But thank you for being here. Thanks for sticking with me for 4 hours. I hope everybody has a really good weekend and a really good rest of your week. So thank you so much. I'll see you later. Bye.